That's another blank concept. Checking pour moi comment live la marché. How you guys are feeling it? Alright. Nous make sure nous live, nous saluer vous-même sur là. Ça fait un plaisir. Et je dis à nous allons parler de ça qui est plus riche dans le monde là. Et ce que qu'on a parlé de ça fait longtemps. Nous toujours à chercher qui ça monde qui est riche, monde qui est millionnaire qu'on est. Puis gros pouvoir gain, puis gros connaissance. Là, vous fin gain l'argent, vous voulez gain sécurité, vous pouvez acheter tout médicaments qui gain dans le monde là. Rein, boule, graine, quai, pas grand l'argent, vous pas gain limite, vous pas acheter. Après ça, vous chercher des connaissances pour le pouvoir, pour le politique, mais gon graine bagaille qui plus important pour eux, sans lui-même il a mourir. Tout le monde qui quitte un legacy, quand qui j'ai pour quitter l'histoire. Par exemple, sortant de ce Jésus, Jésus met ce qu'il choisit l'histoire. L'activité qui arrive dans la vie au monde, c'est l'activité qui fait sous chemin psyché moun ça. Nous pourrons servir avec un appareil qui peut méditer déjà. Pendant qu'on cherche lui, nous pourrons gagner des débat si ou même intéressé qu'on est qui plus gros pouvoir que monde qui riche gagne, monde qui riche qui gagne riche qui tellement riche qui pas besoin comme même pour jouer encore. Parce que pas même comme ça comme a fait. Comme là tellement pile gagne monde qui a veillé comme là pour mourir pour comme là assassiner pour comme là et même yo juste à vivre comme là gérer tête li. Dans document Haïti gagne dans document ça. Document ça les fiduciaires sans lui-même ou pas de famille. Mariage c'est juste un deal pour mettre ton monde au courant pour faire un travail. Quand sans lui-même ou pas de famille. Et nous toujours senti présent ça et nous toujours pour ça que pour entrer en bas protection et l'aide suprême de l'univers il a tout pouvoir. Et préparez-nous parce que nous allons faire un petit débat avec nous là qui est très important. Ou même qui prend classe déjà, ou même qui book déjà, soit pour clean chakra ou neuromagnétique, pour venir aware de chakra, soit c'est pour business class. Songez que you have to schedule. Une fois qu'on book, ou pas de problème même, you have to schedule. Everything will be done automatically. Dès que vous avez besoin de schedule, time, on est relève, m'avoyer bagarre là pour. Mais en attendant, on nous chercher image que nous besoin. Je dis à nous parler de plus gros pouvoir que monde qui gagne comme net, qui riche net, qui ça maîtriser qui fait que yo toujours été comme because comme c'est histoire. C'est ça fait qu'on histoire, monde y acheter histoire, monde y acheter couronne qui la caillou et tout ça avant y acheter because yo connaît histoire monde, c'est ça qui a plus valeur. Mais je dis à moi avant nous parler de secret qui gagne non héros. Moi, pour faire ça, je suis capable pour moi traduire. Et il y a plusieurs documentaires. Je regarde depuis 2 ans. Secret, ça, c'est lui-même. Tout le monde qui formation passé par lui-même. Jésus le maître passé par lui-même. Si nous voulons tout, si nous guettons, parce que live, ça va le goût. Toute loi qui n'a pas été en pays d'Haïti passé par lui. Quel que soit saint passé par lui, quel que soit Hercule, quel que soit le monde qui est moitié divin, nous pas passer dans la mythologie, comme moi avant nous fait partie de la mythologie, mais on va dire ça. Mais nous allons parler de ça tout. Follow your bliss and the universe will open doors for you. They were the only war Joseph Campbell. Ça c'est une manière qui fait recherche, qui vient découvrir que l'histoire, bien sûr avec psychoanalyse, il vient découvrir que c'est même pattern. Psychoanalyse, ça c'est le même conjoint de la science sociologique. Mais nous allons faire ça, nous capables pour nous quitter yo content ranger cabane nous mettre popcorn nous parce que cause pour parler là c'est cause nerveux si vous besoin changer la vie vous besoin retirer tête dans problème all you have to do just change the narrative of your story. Pourquoi pas que t'aimes toujours t'aider nèg un petit peu ça que et attendez non loi d'attraction ce bagage facile ou qu'un bon pensée dans tête it's not true. Loi d'attraction is behavior m'bal ba nous on loi de l'attraction que vous fait devant nous et vous mettez le long film et nous tout compte film nan nous t'a regarder. Est-ce que nous regarder la vie de Jack? Non, un film qui est le Titanic et Titanic c'était une d'après histoire et d'après Jean-Paul la parlé nous cal vérifier, c'était un plus gros complot. T'es gon nèg sur Titanic, un grand nèg qui représente un paquet de voix, un paquet de votes, un paquet d'argent, un paquet de milliards, un paquet de non. Confier son peuple, comme c'était mort. Yo coule un bateau puis yo tue un grand nèg. Son l'autre histoire. Mais nous ne pas prendre l'histoire ça journée jeudi, nous allons prendre l'autre histoire et nous allons prendre l'histoire ça 11 minutes, nous allons faire ça nous capable aller plus vite, plus rapide. Mais ma produit secret, Tagna9c.com nous gagnons un programme 5 étapes, 7 chakras, 8 semaines. Programme ça ou pas moi-même plaisir me prend c'est le m'a regarder mon cap dire merci. Merci mon cher, si m'pas bien mon cher, même pas de problème, merci. And pendant pas de problème merci ya, je viens sous même. Je viens comprendre qui choy. Et je viens comprendre que moi aider un peu même le un tempérament qui toujours pense que je m'a dit là avec nous là qui j'en nous comprendre nous toujours penser nous c'est déconner. Nous toujours penser que conseil de ba nous get maîtriser nous guerre déjà but ça vient faire développer patience, apprendre sa vie et comprendre tout mais rester franc, pas méchant non mais rester direct, comprendre tout le monde dans racine chaque acte qui a posé, comprendre tout ça pas parler et comprendre tout. Et mais je dis à me montrer qui gère tout le monde, même des salines, Christophe, tout le monde applique même histoire ça. Yo maîtriser histoire. You see your story, ça qui vaut dans la vie, it doesn't matter. Si moto monde qui vient noir, si moto monde qui vient président, si moto pauvre qui vient riche, si moto pauvre qui vient millionnaire, si moto pauvre qui dirige le monde ça. Si moto monde qui pas rien, monde qui pas une identité, pas de racine, qui pas de famille, t'as saisi. Et ça, frère, c'est les 12 travaux d'Hercule, les 12 nerfs crâniens. Chaque nerf crânien, ça qui dans la tête activé, là où passe your initiation. Initiation, ça, c'est pas quelqu'un de l'école qui t'a baou. L'autre, j'ai 3 niveaux, il pas t'a baou pour 23-60 degrés. Ou 24 vieillards, même j'en l'écrit, avec positif, négatif dans chaque tête, ou même j'en l'écrit, et dans mes données intérieures en Égypte. Tandis que ça m'a dit là, attendez bien, parce qu'on va pas ce moment là qui peut être sérieux. Je vais commencer à mettre le pour et je vais faire ça capable pour moi pause dans l'heure. Je vais traduire pour vous, songez que sous Tag9, 35 000 $. Si vous faites 3 000 $ disponible seulement sur Bank Account dans 3 derniers mois, ça là, et up to 2 millions $ sur C Corporation ou S Corporation, au restaurant ou bien au camion, ou bien 15 restaurants d'intensité qui fait 15 000 $ dans 3 derniers mois. Et s'il vous plaît, vous êtes capable de gagner up to 2 millions $. C'est même pour qualifier Tag9c.com buy the million product pour capable make sure qu'on qualifie. Si déjà dans business net, plutôt on my business, on monde on sec business soit bâti. Après si besoin network business, si besoin monde parler bagage dans oreilles, tout le monde besoin, trust me. Mon ami passé dans tête toute journée là qui t'a aidé, anonymously. Monsieur passé dans tête pendant la journée en net aller. So je vais remettre monsieur ça monsieur fait de moi. Je cherche le numéro de téléphone, monsieur, même sur le téléphone. Je m'a dit, monsieur, c'est moi. Et m'a dit, monsieur, un an de training gratis. That's what business is. Je vais bon montre, mais je vais bon valeur. That's what it is when you go back pour pay back. En avance. Nous allons entrer dans le plus gros secret que le monde qui gagne comme gagne narratif. Je peux contrôler l'histoire, je peux contrôler l'histoire, je peux contrôler qui geste. Par exemple, je peux contrôler une situation pour me faire un geste ou pour me dire bonjour seulement pour fâcher. Je peux contrôler, c'est peut-être ça que je besoin qu'on ait. Je besoin qu'on ait moins de temps, je besoin qu'on ait habitude. Moi-même, garantie que je gagne, c'est que moi-même, moi, c'est un Gemini. Pas de différence, je dis un Gemini, pas jamais d'habitude. L'habitude, ce n'est pas comme ça nous programmer l'esprit. Le programme l'esprit est totalement différent. Alors, moi-même, comme ça, ça veut dire que j'ai différents patterns. Now, follow your bliss. Qu'est-ce que ça bliss veut dire? Follow your bliss, c'est exactement ça. Common law, loi, terre, toute constitution dans tout pays dans le monde la mettez, suivre happiness ou suivre cœur content à la poursuite du bonheur. Mais histoire ça c'est les mêmes corruption dans la science que les alchimie. Hein? C'est route qu'on peut le faire pour commencer à faire journey, pour aller chercher deep transformation, pour commencer à transformer. C'est dans le cerveau ça fait. Yo les parti ça côté que héros qui c'est ou même because Moïse pas retourner si ou même ou pas ouvert porte. Moïse doit dans nous là. De ça n'est pas retourner si ou pas ouvert porte. C'est ça avant de les bas. Mais nous mariés avec une série de vies, nous vivons vie en bas chez nous. Nous gagnons l'autre vie que nous pas ouais. Et c'est là ça nous venons commencer à chance pour nous commencer à découvrir tête nous. Et c'est ça chakra permet nous faire. Mais pas découvrir tête nous j'ai monde qui dit chaque ça a un niveau. Son travail qu'on fait dans nous-mêmes qu'on peut découvrir 4 facettes. On va découvrir ordeal, on va découvrir chemin de non-retour pour une décision, on va découvrir séparation, on va découvrir descente et on va découvrir déclaration, on va découvrir descente et on va découvrir return. Return c'est ça relais point 0, ça fait gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Après 9 c'est 10, si gain 10 c'est 0. Parce que 10 c'est 0, 10 c'est 1 et 0, 10 c'est 0. Et c'est là qu'on va commencer à découvrir certaines choses qui n'ont pouvoir, qui cachées, pour capable de changer le destin. Nous toutes là, qui changer le destin. Regardez dans l'histoire que Jean Black Panthers a changé le destin. Regardez pour que Jean telle nation a changé le destin. Et nous allons saisir ça. On avance. C'est ça fait montrer nous symbole infini avec 369 qui était cela vient découvrir. Après toi, les pensées à une parole, parole à une action, action à une faire chercher, à une faire la lettre. L'elle vient 9, il vient plus 9 moins 9. Ça veut dire, on va jouer un pile tradition sur la terre, tradition originale, mon original, yo parle de les moun nan mourir, réincarner fille, 7 fois garçon. Vous pouvez comprendre ça. Et où a supposé bon jeune, chaque vie nous, chaque là qui gon vie là, nous gon challenge. Après chaque monde qui te vive vie nous pas celle de pas premier maman gain, nous pas premier papa gain. Après chaque monde qui te vive vie nous, mais vive vie nous en gens. Et gens vivent vie là, pendant ce temps nous toutes ces moments nous pouvons pas faire même bagaille dans privé, nous dans secret, nous dans pensée, nous dans cœur. Nous pas faire même bagaille. So idée c'est que ça les aurore boréaliste là, yo montre que c'est pas en mode écueil. C'est peut-être ça le symbole mystique côté montre que c'est pas en mode écueil. C'est parce que nous vivons vie que nous pas vivre encore. C'est nous compte de parler des travaux d'Hercule, nous compte garder Astérix, soit côté Astérix c'est parcourir 12 travaux ça. Dessin animé ça pas un dessin animé simple, c'est un dessin animé que alchimistes participent là-dedans et des grands ethnologues, des grands sociologues participent là-dedans, des grands chercheurs participent là-dedans parce que c'est des gros messages très il est tellement pas innocent. Bon ici c'est Simpson mais bon la France c'est Astérix, pour voir que nèg gen même stratégie là. Astérix, make sure qu'il parlait de l'esclavage, il parlait du lion de Némée, il parlait de l'île de prochaine étape, c'est l'île du bonheur, côté va rencontrer un paquet de mesdames sexuelles, etc. Côté que mesdames va tellement bal plaisir, côté nèg qui intelligent va dire Mali ça, suivre en aller, on quitter île ça, parce que son île qui emprisonne tout le monde. On parle que journey la vie il gagne en douce un chaud. Chaque la jour passé, gon la jour pour travailler avec sentiment, son sentiment pour son challenge pour sentiment et gon la jour passé, c'est un challenge pour l'esprit. C'est deux parties ça qui a combattre, qui a travailler ensemble dans ça pour nous faire. Même histoire ça, il traverse toute culture. Nous j'en ai dans toute histoire nous Star Wars, Harry Potter. Nous j'en ai dans vie tout le monde. Histoire ça li doit éviter, li changer non. Noé gen même recette là, Jésus gen même recette là, mouri fait même bagarre là, Dessalines gen même recette là, même Jacques Horus, premier papa, qui font 14 morceaux, même recette là. Toute histoire toujours gen 7 clés, 7 étapes, 7 bagailles, 7 next step. It's the same, it's the power of telling a story. Et il faut nous connaître que gon héros dans nous chaque, c'est peut-être ça parler avec grand monde, tant de grand avec grand-père en bas pied bois, les ban nous histoire avant de dormir, c'est plus gros pouvoir qu'on a gagné pour capable déloquer cerveau son série de bagages qui fait dans réel pour capable échanger. Moi même c'est pour ça moi que j'ai habilité dans rêve vivant toujours remercier Horus de Don me recevoir prospérité qu'elle représente, me recevoir tout ça le représenter et c'est travail ça que moi-même m'a fait sous tête même. Parce que me dit nous ça m'a chercher qui ça mon riche fait. Parce que si me besoin riche, pas capable penser que mon riche a juste comme ça riche. Il gagne on gens penser. C'est là ça me dit que me pas capable suivre Elon Musk ça l'a dit sur Twitter parce que ça le dit il va ça le connaît. Il sait qu'il a ça le connaît pour parler aux gens pour le ranger bouche. Moi me besoin connaître ça le pas dit. Somme toujours veiller ça mon pas dit. Parce que ça va dire, parce que penser, ou bien connaître, ou bien dans l'énergie. Ça, on pense, c'est plus beau. Ça, on n'a pas dit, et puis beau secret. Et c'est lui-même passionné de lui-même. Vous comprenez? Et son voyage qui fait dans conscient, il fait dans subconscient. Il n'est pas un bagage qui est compliqué. Il y a des fois, initiation, son initiation, même déjà avec, et pas sans raison, il y a une histoire, ça, histoire maçonnique, ça, il n'y a pas franc maçonnique, il y a maçonnique. J'espère qu'il n'y a pas de problème. Des fois, quand Indiana Jones, son voyage pour le faire pour la un trésor physique dans le monde, ça, des fois, son travail spirituel, la majorité fois, ou après pour Dessalines, il vont travail spirituel, il fait dans la tête pour ne pas jamais garder. Et là, on va parler de point de non-retour. Moun qui a écrit l'histoire là, ou après dans l'histoire par lui, il met tout élément ça parce que le livre petit parle fait au robot là. Vini pour pas perdu dans route. Mais après moun ça même moun ça qui écrit l'histoire ça, c'est lui même tout qui make sure que dans l'histoire pour là, ou après un paquet de bagages il pas connaît. Toute histoire, tout drame, toute mélodramaturge, tout bagage, tout poète, tout chita sur même bagage là. Il y a 12 étapes qu'un héros doit passer avant d'arriver dans la transformation. Même gens, et peut-être ça va parler de Morpheus, avant de au cortex qui se fond, ça fait yeux de l'humain dans la loi de 1, ou après dans tout qui est en bas vers la yeux nous supposé l'humain, par de law of one. Bon, m'activer de law of one pour nous. Merci. Et on retourne peut-être déjà. Qui c'est de law of one, qui c'est 12 principes. Premier principe là, c'est monde naturel là. Monde qui est basé, moi, avant, on a regardé là. Principe ça, monde ça, faut que nous comprenions que c'est dans le monde là que nous vivons. Nous pas capable de retirer ça nous ouais dans le monde physique là comme un bagage qui joue. Dès nous commencer dans le monde ça, héros dans film là, il pas connaître route li, il pas connaître tête li. Il pas connaître ça il vient faire sous la terre dans commencement film là. Même j'avais nous toutes, il va commencer lever vos mamans, il va commencer suivre société. Même j'ai tout le monde. Et on va marcher dans niche là, il va sembler tout. On poisson même j'ai tout poisson, on chien même j'ai tout chien, jusqu'à ce que. nous commençons à faire exactement ça, maman, nous, papa, nous, société a voulu pour nous. Et jusqu'à ce que nous commençons à vivre une vie qui pas vie pas nous. On menti que nous bat tête pas nous, mais en dedans font que nous senti gon bagay qui fait qui dit comme si la vie a gain plus que ça. C'est ça que ban nous anxiety avec dépression. Et dans fond nous avons toujours dit comme ça que gon bagay qui a marché comme si nous avons plus gros bagay pour nous faire que ça. Si nous par exemple dans Star Wars qui sont films nous qu'on regarde qui respectent même principe ça que nous regarder là. Luke Skywalker. Il vient tourner Luke pas oublier que Luke regardez dans l'histoire Luke veut dire Lucy veut dire lumière, Luke Skywalker veut dire soleil qui a marché dans le ciel là. Il veut dire Lucifer, il veut dire Mitra. Et so ouais côté histoire collé mais héros ça il pas contre qui est il va qui est qui c'est après il va rencontrer Myra ou bien May ou bien princesse May ou ben il va contre celle il va contre personne mais c'est son monde il va le rencontrer qui va le ballon power qui va le faire commencer ouais monde qui dans mi-temps monde ça parce qu'il était déjà ta vivre un monde on vit qui te rase la vie de tous les jours. Et c'est là où elle entraîne dans special world. Là, c'est là où elle dans vie la vivre, elle utilise light chakra, la loi de l'heure, les ouverts yeux dans le fond là. Il vient voir qu'elle vivre dans un monde de chaos, dans un monde de division, dans un monde de discussion. Et c'est là où elle vivre dans un monde inconscient. La vivre dans un monde qui a fonctionné, monde là pas gain l'ordre la donne. On paquet de bagages qui va ta supposé diriger à diriger, donc ils font voyage dans inconscient. Pour le vérifier dans la deuxième loi. So, automatiquement, il devient curieux. Deuxième loi, vient les lois aventure. Ou après, panda aller à l'aventure. Ou après, papa vient des petites la vient des papa. Ou bien papa pour call dans Indiana Jones. Aventure, des salines. Il vient garder la réalité à même mais ça va garder à pas normal. Toussaint l'ouverture, le pionnier, le précurseur, le génie, l'unique, Lucifer de la nation. Eh bien, automatiquement, call to adventure. Adventure, c'est tout ça qui va arriver. On va toujours gagner même chai qu'on gagne dans la vie là. On va toujours gagner même problème, même limitation, même bagarre. Mais l'on va l'aventure, l'on va aventure, la chance. Sans sentir la chance, l'on accepter. Eh bien, il vient faire, il vient tracer l'autre route pour vous. Il vient border route qu'on ne peut jamais penser. C'est dans le moment où on senti que destiné à relo, on senti qu'on bagaille qui relo, loi, on Dieu qui relo, même si ça te les percé, nous chaque la gain on appelle dans cœur par nous. Et pendant qu'on vivre la vie nous toujours battre nos chances pour nous aller à l'aventure. Et chaque fois nous tendons parole, on prend opportunité qui me permettent nous arriver pour nous arriver dans un nouveau rêve pour nous vivre parce que nous besoin rêve monde pour nous vivre. Et c'est ça, rêve ça, il va changer tout ça, nous te penser, nous te connaître. Voyage ça, il va à la fois ni physique, si tout haïtien qui a le Chili, tout le monde qui quitte le pays, nous pas seulement quitter le pays avec code. Nous faisons voyage physique, mais nous faisons voyage tout pour l'esprit nous venir rencontrer code. Pour l'esprit nous venir croiser réalité. Typiquement, pour nous capables de venir foncer avec la loi de l'unité. Pour nous arriver là, nous allons pour nous affronter tout démon. Reposer tête nos questions sur qui nous, qui est nous, sous loi ça nous quoi la donne, sous pouvoir qu'a diriger le monde. Parce que nous voyageons, nous venons nous vivre dans blad et que l'autre monde qui vivre l'autre réalité, nous venons vivre dans la réalité ça. Et route ça que nous fait là, il va faire nous venir des obstacles qui va demander nous pour nous abandonner en pile dans compte bagaille que nous te connaît. Il va demander nous pour nous faire ça nous pour nous faire pour nous capable survivre côté nous venir. Nous pas parti dans nous même nous va pour nous abandonner. Et abandonner ça, les nous abandonner nous va vivre dans l'autre monde. Nous pas même monde même avec Nio qui dans la matrice là. Et même avec Nio qui représente le cerveau côté connaissance ou chita dans matrice là il était appel par là c'est dans computer il était venu qui demandait pour qui demandait pour le suivre message de le recevoir dans cas par là c'était rabette là dans cas par Alice au pays des merveilles, c'était pile là. Dans chaque cas, bon bagay. Vous avez compris? Il y a des gens qui plutôt rete dans illusion parce que yo peur vivre rêve yo. Et rêve là la manger en dedans, yo pense yo son seule personne, yo pas une seule personne. Tout ça y est après le ou il après le en dedans. Et c'est général et genre de comportement ça dit qu'on vient faire nous sentir que nous pas rien, nous rete là n'a procrastiner, nous vient gain anxiety, depression because nous fait tout bagay sauf réaliser your dream. En pile nan nous gon talent nous just pas gon nous besoin apprendre ouais talent moun. Moi n'a bay award, n'a bay prix. Est-ce que nous connait qui geste ça il n'a bay pata. Et n'a discuté award n'a fait Asian Music Award n'a bay pata avec un monde qui message ou bay société a. Science ça c'est sociologie oui. Une société désorganisée qui besoin l'autre journée jodi à nan voix. Faut nous suspendre faire ça n'a faire because décision nous prend et c'est eux même qui fait que chaque monde ça que nous mettez là, yo fait nous mettre derrière nous fonctionner chaque année. Nous pas fonctionner à part des années nous pas faire un cob. Mais si nous avons des gens qui étaient réels, si nous mettons des gens dans la ligne, nous ça connaît société qui est banoun, qu'on nous pas parler nous tap 365 jours l'année, nous tap vinn un produit, on bagage qui pour vendre, on bagage pour nous plus servir vinn plus grand. Parce que ça semer ou récolter. Première étape là, après même étape là, tu es arrivé dans la matrice là. Après, ni yo te refusé appel là. L'on recevoir appel là, l'on recevoir message là, l'on recevoir rêve là, l'on recevoir signe. Après, on va faire, on va dire non, on va dire non, on va bataille. Même Spider-Man, pas gon héros, pas que Dessalines te paie. Ça le te gen pour te faire. Christ te paie, tout le monde honnête te paie. C'est loi à ça. Parce que héros a une peur, parce que il peut changer. Parce que l'on vient garder. L'on recevoir message. Un message à montre au grandeur sans recevoir. Pour les bagages qui vont peur ou dire est-ce qu'on est capable de faire, est-ce qu'on est capable de faire, même que des salles te poser même question ça. On prend exemple dans matrice là. Ni yo recevoir appel d'un nèg qui pas connaît que les morts, c'est lui qui m'a dit qui ballon rendez-vous. Et le fait qu'il refuse agent au prend dans la réalité. Et c'est ça pour nous connaître nous tous qui déplacés qui te pays que voyage ça qui n'a fait là, la peur capable de faire que nous gardons bas et nous pas faire ça nous pour nous faire. Et faut nous connaître que voyage que n'a fait transformation ça que vous nous fait pour nous réussir. Pour nous connaître que nous vaut chaque mois 30 à 35 billions de dollars chaque mois. Nous voyons 5 billions en Haïti chaque année. Chaque jour, nous dépensons plus que 200 billions de dollars. C'est normal pour qu'on ait que le voyage qu'on va faire là. Haïti chérie, ça, plus bel pays, c'est leur quitter le compte valeur. Parce que l'esprit a séparé non, non. Ça vient faire que ou éviter une série d'obstacles qui viennent devant parce que il faut peur et il faut envie courir quitter son hier. Parce que ou même ou getan ouais obstacle ou getan ouais trop risqué et risque là c'est lui-même qui c'est troisième chakra parce que il bloqué et c'est là ça on va ouais que on va le rester dans ou mort il y a monde qui mourir dans phase ça dans quatrième partie qui est le quatrième étape là c'est les monde va venir joindre mental là il va venir joindre wisdom. Il va commencer à venir consacrer la loi de l'unité, la loi de l'un. Il va commencer à joindre mettre là dans l'élève là. Enfin pour me joindre mettre là, faut me joindre mettre là dans moi. Faut me une discipline qui mette sous rencontrer mettre là. Faut moi me penser que m'a nourrir chaque jour qui permet me mettre sous ligne pour me rencontrer monde qui peut le faire passer next étape. Faut moi focus pour me joindre that's the mentor. C'est comme ça la loi venir. Si je suis millionnaire, connaît que m'a payé un monde qui fait 6 figures pour monter me faire 6 figures. Pendant pas prendre qui j'ai pour millionnaire. I got to follow, gon blueprint. Avant de rencontrer mettre là physiquement, faut me rencontrer mettre là en dedans parce que c'est mettre là qui va le bon information pour me rencontrer. Il va dans rêve m'a rencontrer. La montrer qui gens pour me rencontrer avec elle. Dans maîtrise là, c'était Morpheus qui était rencontré Neo. Dans l'autre là, c'était Obi-Wan Kenobi qui t'a aidé tes amis dans Star Wars. Dans Lord of the Ring, c'était Gandalf qui te venu guider ce monsieur. Ça veut dire, rencontrer un maître, il n'est pas obligé d'arriver physiquement dans la vie. Maître là aussi, vous êtes capable de rencontrer normalement en dedans. Plus soit avancé pour venir master dream of you, ça pour venir mettre la divinité dans ou mettre là pour venir dans ou c'est plus soit avancé ou un obstacle qu'on peut prendre. On prend exemple un nègre qui fait un paquet de travail, un paquet d'obstacles, qui fait un paquet de bagailles que nous connaissons qui est Arnold Schwarzenegger. Robert Greene, Obi Marcus, Aria Hall, Jordan Peterson, tout le monde ça. Yo te un mentor pour moun ça qui te fait vidéo ça. Même l'elle va jamais rencontrer, ça veut dire qu'il nourrit des principes. Crossing the first threshold. Gon première étape, gon test qui met invisible là-bas, nous, ni moi, ni ou, ni nous tout là. Depuis nous passer état ça, et là, ça nous commencer notre journée invisible là. Pour nous prendre décision, pour nous quitter le pays, et pas ton jouet, il demander au paquet de tests. Tout devoir ça nous fait ranger passeport, nous régler affaire, nous sans personne, pas qu'on nous t'a fait devoir ça sans parler. C'est comme ça la vie, et c'est sans parler, ça n'a fait, il va n'a dit. Est-ce que vous comprenez? Faut nous dépasser les limites pour nous sortir dans le monde physique là, pour nous entrer dans la barrière, pour nous entrer dans la barrière monde invisible là. Et c'est là ça à travers là comment c'est fait les initiés à moun wa héritier à Hercule là, puis il dit comment c'est Lucifer comme ça pour rise dans la gloire et dans la grâce. Et donc comment ça découvrir tête ou encore. The first threshold là c'est lui-même tout, c'est pas point qu'on a tourné là dedans tout. C'est décision qu'on prend qu'on pas qu'à faire back là. Après décision ça qu'on accepter appel ou là vous pas doit jamais même genre encore. Ou te doit prendre grain pour tourner dans la réalité ou là ou choisi faire back après toute histoire Jésus a même bagarre là, Jésus te vivre même bagarre là, des salines tout le monde te vivre même bagarre là. Généralement, toujours arrivé par un mot sur information que nous venons recevoir. Et là, nous venons prendre une décision qui change la vie nous à jamais. Qui pourra le réveiller nous, qui pourra le baptême, qui pourra ça nous les initiations, whatever ça lié. Il y a des gens qui quittent job, aller entrer dans le divorce, séparer, bon travail à faire, bon décision à prendre dans la vie, dans le monde physique. C'est que ça soit vivre dans le rêve ou vivre dans la réalité. Il y a des fois qu'on se déplacer ou obligé à vivre dans l'autre pays pour vivre, pour expérimenter ce qu'on peut expérimenter. Nous tous ces pèlerins. Quand nous là, nous allons arriver dans la 6e partie, qui c'est côté nous pour aller tester, allier ensemble avec ennemis. Et ça les friends and foes. Pour ne pas perdre dans le règlement nouveau monde là. Pas de problème dans la vie ou dans la vie Lucifer elle descend, il va gagner des challenges, il va faire de nouveaux amis et comme ça tout, il va faire de nouveaux ennemis. C'est loi principe pour mon dans vie non héros. Et malgré que je viens faire nouveaux amis, je rencontre nouveaux obstacles, je viens faire nouveaux ennemis, me rencontrer nouveau gain. Et mais nouveau bagay ça yo pral changer. Yo pral faire malgré me rencontrer nouveaux amis ak nouveaux ennemis ça yo pral faire que me pral vinn gen nouveau challenge. Et obstacle yo pral vinn plus grand, ennemi yo pral vinn plus gros parce que vinn gen plus force. Et c'est ça yo relé ordeal. Gon bagay, gon mission, gon obstacle que me pral traverser, gon initiation que me pral prendre. C'est peut-être ça héros a supposé passer dans étape de training ensemble avec maître là. C'est ça que fait Morpheus te prend temps pour te trainer sans training Morpheus là ni pas t'a moun nier. C'est peut-être ça Harry Potter t'es obligé monter pour te joindre chance ça pour te participer dans l'école ça Free 99. Ça le pas faire pour te rencontrer pour te gagner chance à participer dans l'école pour te préparer pour te sauver l'humanité. Septième étape héros pour le passer, c'est approcher innermost cave là. Li représente un pile défi sous chemin moun initié à moun ça qui passe dans bobot moment pour venir vivre réalité ça. Généralement son danger qui menace la vie héros connaît que yo pral arrêter le jardin de Gethsemane. Il connaît a vinn prendre en 1802 en Haïti puis yo retirer l'en bas constitution 1801. Il connaît toute vision ça vinn joindre. Ça vient faire que si moun nan li an vinn peur, li vinn gen conflit. Ça vient faire que pas ka prendre décision. Dans pile histoire, yo montre héros a descendre dans l'enfer, même pour la affronter pi gros démon lan mort qui gagne entre la vie et la mort. So ça veut dire nous te prend ti parti ça pour juste pour nous te capable montrer The Hero's Journey, The 12 Challenges. Là, qu'on y a là, m'a obligé, là, nous allons entrer dans la conclusion et travail nous. Pour nous capables de dire comme ça que nous réaliser le travail ça et soit garder, c'est pas sans raison que nous mettons chaque instant dans la vie en blog. C'est parce que the hero journey has to be known. Il y a 12 étapes que Dieu héros a dû passer. On y a là de hero journey. On nous dit comme ça Astérix. Hein? Astérix et Obélix, il était passé les 12 travaux. Même Jean Paul gagné les 12 travaux. Hercule. C'est même histoire ça que Baou. Les 12 travaux d'Hercule, il va pour tuer le lion de Némée, il va pour tuer le tel bagage, il va pour affronter 12 étapes. On va voir que les 12 challenges of Christ. On va voir les 12 stations, 12 tal, 12 affrontements qu'il te pour la caille pour te affronter diable, etc. Après qui ça encore? Qui ça encore? Les 12 lessons of Perseus. Ou bien Persée. Persée pour aller rencontrer un petit Andrés et Andromède, et puis ça pour le faire que lui-même lui aller, il pral Algoumen, moral histoire, il pral affronter Médusa, libérer le Kraken, les 12 travaux de Persée. Voilà. Il pral affronter les Draken, affronter les mondes de la mort, bataille à Calibus, les 12 travaux de Persée. Vous comprenez? Ça veut dire, nous toutes dans la vie, nous avons 12 missions pour nous accomplir, pour nous venir monde pour nous hier. Là nous faisons pour Persée, nous apprenons de tort. Dieu nordique yo, ou vous mettez bagay ça dans histoire yo, dans religion yo, mais yo pas parler nous de lui. Il va pour le prendre challenge pas parler qui c'est Odin. Quote of the leadership lesson, il était un brat, il pas jamais entendu lesson of life you can learn. Il va get 12 challenges, il va perdre 10 ans, vivre séparation, tomber d'amour dans notre planète from the Bifrost. Ou pas c'est même histoire. Ou pas les 12 étapes of Harry Potter. Son secret monde qui connaît mieux pas parler. Il va pour rencontrer serpent, Lord de Voldemort. Et pour le rencontrer, il peut aller venir pauvre, maman il peut l'assassiner, il peut rencontrer un monde qui peut faire qui peut participer dans plus gros l'école qui gagne, il peut rencontrer maître qui peut Gryffondor, Voldemort, qui peut apprendre et Harry Potter peut venir tourner Harry Potter qu'il y a parce qu'il peut le maître qui là pour guider, qui pas là pour dire qui ça pour le faire, qui ça pour faire, qui peut dire mais ça bagaille yoye. Professeur pas dire qui ça pour faire, qui ça pour pas faire pour le vivre. Lui là pour dire qui ça bagaille yoye ou même pour joindre dans fond cœur qui sa mission est. Et c'est même mission ça qu'on peut joindre dans Lord of the Ring. Dans Lord of the Ring, Hobbit là va passer 12 étapes pour le Gandalf qui passe par là en mort, etc. Il va le montrer que héros, il va diviser héros et monsieur qui se parle un roi qui déchu, qui c'est Lucifer qui déchu, tombé de la grâce, monsieur va venir tomber le roi suprême qui va diriger l'armée des morts. Même bagaille là, de Lord of the Ring. On nous regarder encore. On nous prend histoire comme pour Star Wars. Ouais, même principe ça yo qui fait. Il va rencontrer des ennemis, il va rencontrer des familles, il va venir rencontrer que seul c'est Mia. Il va rencontrer des nouveaux frères, beaux frères, tout le monde la bataille avec ses familles. Histoire ça c'est pas son histoire qui a un message très précis la donne. Côté qu'elle va rencontrer que monde il pour la bataille contre lui c'est pas pal, même Jean Chronos qui c'est Dieu le Père. Tu commences à manger toute petite lio, chaque petite fait le manger yo. C'est des bagailles qui dans nous-mêmes. Now, de grâce mes amis, de grâce mes amis, de grâce. Faut que nous commencer à comprendre que qui est-ce nous est. Faut que nous commencer à comprendre que nous gagnons une mission. Et mission ça va pour venir sous plusieurs formes, sous forme d'initiation, venir sous forme d'appel, d'endormir pour nous clair. On appelle que pas qu'à recevoir, on appelle que pas qu'à dire, ou pas gen moun qu'on ka mettre bon côté pour ta dire qu'on ça qu'on pas recevoir appel là. Tagnanint.com vient rappeler nous que nous besoin l'union. Et il vient rappeler nous tout, même moun ça qui écrit toute histoire ça. Les la écrit histoire ça ba petit li, il toujours montrer côté héros a sorti parce qu'il connaît héros a pas qu'à faire sec là. Il pas qu'à faire que couler, il pas qu'à faire toute route là pour grandir, pour venir élève, pour rencontrer professeur, pour retourner à zéro encore. Pour que couler la mode qu'il faut qu'on origine dans source moun ni a premier papa, premier maman. Après c'est celle là histoire pas nous Dessalines, nèg yo pas tellement kon qui bol sorti. Christophe, il va care puis il dit nous qui bol sorti. Dans propre histoire. Tout ça c'est dans la rue nous pral connait qui bol sorti mais on pas mettre dans le livre que apprendre ti moun nan. Mais moun qui fait ça, il connaît principe là. The power, the knowledge of the storytelling knowledge. The storytelling secret art. Parce que pour me diriger un peuple, faut que je contrôle l'histoire. L'aime contrôler l'histoire, me ka mette tête moi wa, pas oublier son jouet maman papa li. pour me diriger un peuple depuis me contrôler l'histoire. Son jouet maman pas parler, ça veut dire que je dois dire moi papa dans l'histoire. Parce que depuis c'est moi qui fais histoire pour lui, moi-même qui mette tête dans l'histoire, côté que c'est moi-même qui wa. C'est moi-même qui a mené. Talk like Ted, the storytellers from Ted's The Secret. Pour me journée, pour répéter mon élite journée jodi, il faut te contrôler l'histoire pour te fort qu'on est élite lié pour l'op citer non pour pas connaître que ou citer non en tant qu'élite ou même à bouche ou cap dire l'écrit. Moun qui pi riche sur la télé, ou fin gen l'argent, ou fin gen connaissance, ou fin gen tout bagay, yo toujours battre pour préserver l'histoire. Même Adolf Hitler pas faire erreur. Il protéger l'histoire. Même Adolf Hitler pas faire erreur. Storytelling c'est plus gros pouvoir gain. Alors pour dire comme ça que Christophe pas de contingent pour quitter l'histoire parce que c'est un gros manifeste mais yo pas apprendre moi ça et moi pour aller chercher. Ça veut dire gon monde qui connaît pouvoir histoire dans subconscient. Si vous voulez changer la vie, changer l'histoire. Ouais, mon nom dit comme ça à l'église, dit comme ça que Jésus va la nouvelle vie. Jésus va bonne nouvelle vie. Yo connaît que héros qui nan ou a chercher un nourrisson. Yo bon histoire dans l'église ou accepter histoire dans l'église parce que puis aller avoir ou comprendre puis bien d'accord pour libérer héros là. Sur le fait que me contrôler narrative là pas jamais ka l'idée ou même pour ça parce que ou pas faire histoire, ou pas rencontrer l'enfer même ou pas dans l'enfer même pour Christ la vie nan ou. Faut qu'on passe dans l'enfer pour Christ apparaître dans ou. Faut qu'on passe dans l'esclavage là pour Dessalines paraître dans où. Faut qu'on passe dans la pauvreté pour Mozart paraître dans où. Histoire son secret. Et c'est ça que fait tout le monde qui a dirigé, c'est eux qui toujours écrit. Ou après la Bible son histoire. Une histoire totalement innocente. Quel que soit le monde qui contrôle l'histoire, contrôle les narratives là. Et pouvoir, connaissance storytelling, son bagage toujours fait, toujours serré pour contrôler masse. On va l'écrire là, story can asset control the masses. Ça veut dire, ouais, généralement, sur la radio, on dit à son monde qui balzil, parce qu'il fait partie d'un storytelling. En 1917, c'est une histoire racontée qui fait Première Guerre mondiale là. En 1945, 1838, son histoire qui a couru dans la rue qui fait Deuxième Guerre mondiale là. Ouais, pouvoir livre, c'est peut-être ça, Duvalier pas de vouloir série de livres entre en Haïti. Moun yo journée jodi a qui pas connaît a dit Duvalier était contre éducation, c'est parce que qu'on non pas connaît. Il y a des informations quand dans le pays a des division qui a fait gang, qui a prend pays qui fait le courir abandonner nationalité, le perdre juridiction. C'est ça que fait faut toujours apprendre écrire histoire. Tag nana NC une bagay nous fait nous toujours mando pour conquérir because the power of storytelling is to build family. Pour créer famille. C'est avec histoire qu'on crée plot ou fait complot. The system of storytelling. Storytelling, yo observe avec dans plusieurs côtés pour manifester, manipuler le monde là. Tout ça on regarder, toute réclame on regarder, il y a un secret là-dedans. Tout social media on regarder. The control of the narrative, the executive guide of binding, pivoting and repairing your reputation. Ça veut dire réputation pas exister. C'est pour ça. Mono piraya. Et valita wow. To control the narrative. Ça veut dire, l'on regarde réclame. Réclame n'a pas pour call. Et peut-être ça, manager, social media management, advertiser, n'est qui toujours propose à parler, à faire dialogue, faire discours, des compas, pas discours, à faire, il y a promoter ton agenda. Monde qui contrôle l'histoire, c'est lui-même qui contrôle les narratifs là. C'est un plaisir pour moi pour me parler ça avec nous. M'a dit nous passons une bonne journée. Et m'a dit nous kembere pas molli ou même qui ta book tag.nc.com, feel free to follow the prompt. Et puis rapide nous avons un programme affilié, nous avons un concours montre que nous lagé là, achetons montre pour vendre pour nous capable commencer pour changer l'histoire, fort pour décision. M'a bat pour me faire pour décision pour dire oh pas m'être capable because you have to be aware yourself. C'est ou même qui vous passer dans 12 initiations, baptême pas qu'à folie. Initiation maçon pas qu'à baoul. You have to become the teacher. Vous-même qui pour venir. Nous avons the best price nous bon plus bon bagay là et nous avons challenge de 14 400 000 $ pour nous ramasser chaque année à raison de 1,2 million de dollars chaque mois. Et ça, nous avons fait, c'est nous commencer à créer un secteur privé pour nous contrôler la narrative. Depuis que nous avons côté héros est sorti, depuis que nous avons écrit histoire pas seulement dommagée. Même les gens qui parlent de bagages ça, yo dommagé, yo dit comme ça que l'histoire est toujours écrite par les vainqueurs et ou même pas historien. Bon, elle est qu'on va écrire. Mon vin dit ça ou fait mon pas faire. Ou que j'en histoire gain pouvoir. Mais m'a quitter nous avec cette histoire ça a été comme bon moi l'aime petit. Tes zin, mon ami moins zin. Tes zin en bleu, mon ami moins zin. C'était histoire d'amour, un petit fille avec un poisson. Et histoire ça, il était séparé l'esprit avec nam nam. Histoire bouki malice, montre que l'esprit avec quoi, yo doué, yo la donne intelligent quoi sort. Yo montre dans histoire yo compte yo divisé pas vrai. Bouki c'est malice, malice c'est bouki. Histoire c'est yo dé pour travailler ensemble, yo vinn faire l'union. Yo ka changer bagay. Ça c'est trois bagay nous montre qui gens pour penser, qui gens pour parler, qui gens pour agir. 369, nous avons une technique qui prouve, nous avons pile crédibilité, nous gain et ça fait nous faire comme ça nous radis because we give result. Quand y a la balle les amis qui passent dans ma parce que tout jeune les amis ça a été aider tout dans ma aujourd'hui elle a passé dans ma main. Balle monsieur balle offrir monsieur service bye monsieur un programme gratis. Peace. Trois 47 83 347 347 77
Are you ready? This season, these comics are veterans. They are professionals at tickling the soul.
As hungry as I may be,
it's not good having liberal parents and growing up. It's really not, especially in your teenage years, because you can't rebel against they love you. nice to be back in the States. It's been a year since I've been here. It's changed a bit. Like what you've done with the place. I think it's good that you're going through this change, though, right? Because finally, different jokes will be made about you, right? I'm not going to be one of those foreign comics that comes over and stereotypes you. I think that's very unfair. There are 300 million Americans. You cannot stereotype 300 million cunts, right? It can't be done. It cannot be. I don't mind if you stereotype Scotland. There's 7 of us. It's probably accurate. I drink and I'll punch you in the face on nothing. Sick of the stereotypes that you guys get. All Americans are stupid. All Americans are stupid. Not true. Absolutely not true. I've met several of you far more intelligent than I am. That's not necessarily a compliment, but it doesn't negate the fact. Right? Same thing with all Americans are fat. All Americans are fat. Again, absolutely not true. It's just that when you are fat, it's fucking impressive. Like, we get a BC in the UK and I'm like, yeah, if that's your life, you live that. Proud. Over here, I see fat people, I'm like, wow! How did you do that? Like, that took effort. That took planning. That didn't happen overnight. Like, there must have been days when you woke up not hungry. But you were like, oh, I'll get through it. But I gotta get me that scooter. Only losers walk around Disneyland. It's a big old country too. It's fucking massive. It's so massive. And I like the fact that it's so big that you've color coordinated it. Right? You've just given people certain parts of the country. We don't have that system in the UK. In the UK, we just let our idiots roam free. Right? We have free range stupidity. But you're very efficient. You just gave them part to live. Just be like, we hate the gays. Okay, this is where you live. There you go. There you go. You stay over there. We're not going to sell them cake. Okay. I still go to the Red Sticks. Just because I don't necessarily agree with you politically doesn't mean you're necessarily a bad person. I like to go out, talk to them, right? See if I can understand. A couple of years ago, I went to Indiana, right? It's a beautiful, beautiful state. The people there are very kind, except for one of them. One of my favorite jokes I have, now me personally, I've always been an atheist, and that's just because both my parents are educated, and I grew up in a very religious family. I have an uncle that's a minister. He's 5'2". We call him a minister. Religion was something that you were allowed to poke fun of when I grew up. And then I came to America and I'm like, oh, it'll be the same here. I phoned up an American agent and
Greetings.
Hello?
Greetings.
Jonas.
Yes. Que j'aime qu'à dire ça.
Oui, bah, c'est ça l'a fait.
Que j'aime qu'à dire pas dire.
Donc, ça me besoin, c'était moi avec mon partenaire. Donc, on business en commun. Donc, j'ai besoin en l'autre. Donc, si on a parlé, on dit que pour faire ça, on va aider dans l'autre.
On va les souvenir.
Hein?
On va les souvenir.
Yeah, let's see.
Est-ce que nous faisons petit $3,000 dans notre dernier match passé?
On va parler de personnellement avec des mauvais intervenants.
Non, business là, dans le cadre de votre business là.
Non, nous faisons couvrir là, nous faisons clear.
Ah bon.
Nous faisons clear là. Ça veut dire c'est bon dans le besoin pour nous des besoins. Juste on va acheter équipement, etc. pour commencer par eux.
C'est ça l'a fait.
C'est un compagnie de shop.
All right. Mais ou est-ce qu'on cob déjà, ou pas est-ce qu'on va caca business ça déjà, est-ce qu'on bâti que
Ya, nou gen te fè sa deja, nou gen te ouve a 40 an, nou gen lese, nou gen tout bagay, DIN, tout bagay net nou gen deja.
Non, oui, je sais. L'autre vous fait tout bagay déjà. Qui sont voulez dire pas tout bagay déjà? Ça veut dire que 4 banques business ça dans monde.
Yeah, exactement. But nou gen te ouve an plus a 40 deja, but nou gen 40 deja.
All right.
Et yon te la nou gen tan gen DIN tout, parce sa ta plus important nou gen tan gen deja.
Depuis combien de temps business soit ouvert?
Et nous avons des droits malades.
Est-ce que vous avez travaillé sur lui?
Avec ces samedis, ça passe, c'est pas de choc.
Est-ce que vous commencez à travailler sur lui? Est-ce que vous avez dit que comme carpentier, est-ce que vous avez fait geek sur lui?
Non. Beaucoup, parce que ces samedis, c'est samedi, j'étais là, des jeunes qui sont prêts.
Est-ce que vous-même avez dit que c'est truck driver nous et tout?
Yes, truck driver. Pas mettre des téléphones dans ce speaker pour nous faire là.
Mais ça va faire.
Mais parler, des amis là.
Wapbook www.taganainti.com Wapbook numéro 1. Pour partir dans le programme, pour commencer à préparer, pour recevoir l'homme. Là, on va parler. Pour remplir de bagages pour faire. Pour bâtir crédit business là, pour ramasser quelques crédits sur lui, etc. Pour bâtir de bagages pour faire. C'est son bagage qui est une history.
Pour le moment là, il offre un crédit déjà.
Il va comme ça. Il est pour pression, pas président. Le système n'a peut-être qu'on est qui va fonctionner. On ne pas de petits bagages pour faire. En tant que businessman, tu sais faire seulement marcher, on ne pas de petits opérations pour faire. Par contre, on va arrêter pour commencer à faire LLC à travail. Moi-même, ça va faire, je vais vous dire qui j'ai pour faire ça. Vous avez good, battez pour 6 mois. C'est pour que ça en joue.
Combien de temps pour penser que tu as fait ça?
Bon, ça va dépendre de vous. Ça va dépendre de vous. Et ça va dépendre de leur pari à tout gouvernement. Parce que dans les autres bagages pour remplir, il n'y a pas de pour faire. Est-ce que vous avez des transactions qui ont fait dans le caca business là? Je vais vous combien vous avez là-dedans. Si je vous statement 3 derniers mois, est-ce que vous avez $3,000 là-dedans?
Ok. Est-ce que c'est pour personnellement là ou pour avec
Dès que vous avez un business pour un LLC, un LLC supposé séparer de vous-même. Ça veut dire pas de servir avec bagage LLC, LLC va de servir avec bagage. Ça veut dire les avalement et pas vous-même il va comme la business là. Ça veut dire qu'il y a un gens pour faire. Est-ce que business soit gain agent?
C'est des agents. Comme des agents, nous ne pas vous qui les fait les agents. Là, pour le moment, on n'a pas rien là. Nous recevons des appels déjà pour équipement. Nous devons des équipements, les gars, et commencer par faire.
Vous-même. Vous répétez. Vous pouvez me parler avant de me poser une série de questions parce que je vais faire devant. Et vous ne pouvez pas calculer dans le fait là. Pas avoir besoin là, pas pas.
Ok.
Pour monter un camion, et celle sur bon chauffeur pour monter camion pour passer créa. Et pas moi qui fait programme, je vais répéter faire qui devant. Faire qui devant dit bon, il faut que minimum 4 mois dans le business. Il faut que minimum crédit nous, pas plus bas que 450. Il faut que minimum faut que $3,000 steady dans le job nous. Dans le business, pas dans le job pas nous, business là qui fait là. Il y a là. Ça y est. Non. Pas moi. Il faut que $3,000 qui monter descendre la donne. Minimum, il faut que 3 mois, comme si il travaille moi ça, il fait $3,000, il travaille dans 3 derniers mois, il fait $3,000. Pour plus petit, il faut que statement en dire qu'il y a $3,000 qui passent la donne. Si vous ne pas qualifié, pas fait tête du book business meeting. Allez sur www.tag9inc.com book business meeting. Vous pouvez aller saisir. Nous parlons anglais? Si nous parlons anglais rapidement, comme ça, je vais prendre juste vous et nous allons prendre nous faire. Book www.tag9inc.com, go on the profile, book business meeting là. Business meeting là, puis automatiquement fin booker, ou avoir une propre schedule là qui est bon pour vous. Partner là qui doit là, sous call là. Mission, c'est stratégie pour nous dire qui gens ou même quand on est là, pour venir avec une idée, pour venir à l'idée, pour sortir, pour vivre là, quand on a besoin. Business son plan. Alright, man.
Parce que, vous qualifiez, il va pas oublier cette question ça. Il va demander pour commencer, mais on passe sur le système là.
Oh non, tout ça va faire moral, légal et éthical. Je vais pas de système dans le pays ici, je vais fort comme ça. Mais si vous voulez préparer au travail business, vous avez pas de petits outils là-bas où moi personnellement je m'observe avec, je fais des recherches dans la target option. Je ai des connaissances que je suis partager avec vous sous besoin d'assistance, mais après ça. Moi-même, personnellement, je toujours dis au monde, si vous ne connaissez pas des vidéos mieux, parce que vous ne connaissez pas faire. Si vous connaissez sinon, vous ne pouvez pas bâtir crédit pour lui. Et then, vous ne pouvez pas faire des bagages, ça veut dire que vous ne pouvez pas faire. Moi, je dis que vous avez 4 crédits. La majorité des business gagnent $250,000 4 crédits. Ça veut dire, vous avez un mec pour un petit respect, pour ça, me connaît. Réfléchis à tête tout. Réfléchis. Non, pas que des bails, pas dire, comprendre. Réfléchis à tête pour s'il vaut la peine. Allez dans www.tag9inc.com pour un business meeting. Dès que vous cliquez pour un business meeting, vous devez continuer à processer. Il y a un link pour book schedule. Moi, avoir des team équipe pour avoir 4 heures par semaine. Dans 4 heures, ça a plusieurs réunions de 20-30 minutes. That's all you need every day. Maman doit faire ça, parce que vous ne pouvez pas pour qualifier. Gain grant tout. Ça veut dire, j'aime tout là, moi, je cherche ici, je fais connaître avec moi, mais je pense que si vous pensez information de qualité, si vous pensez qualité, parce que nous avons bâti une communauté, nous avons besoin de monde qui veut. Business, c'est pas qu'on est fait, on met là, on le fait comme ça. Business, son vie, son comportement, son j'aime penser, son j'aime apprendre à bâtir business, schedule business. Ça veut dire que plus de bagages pour pas connaître. Pour faire business, il faut faire business ça sous l'âge, sous qui l'offre retire. Donc pas que bagages pour gagner, il faut que carry business. That's what I do, man. Moi prends mon moi faire mon navire tourner CEO. Because allez dans www.tag9inc.com, ou avez le numéro 1 et puis vous boucler. That's what. Bro, go on the website. Go on the website. De vous café, la fête, assista vous et follow up. Mais si vous pas café, ou même moi connais. Depuis que l'on a lâché Amazon pour demander mon nom, il va make sense. Regarde au même. Fait pour ça me faire website là pour nous regarder. Regarde au même. Oui, tout www.tag99c.com. Si vous avez besoin de website là, voilà. Et pour regarder au même. Voilà. Pas un problème ça.
I'm like, I can tell the atheist joke in Indiana, right? And she said, under no circumstance tell that joke in Indiana. So I went to Indiana and I told the joke, right? Because wet paint that is wet paint. That's why they put the sign there, just to let you all know. No, I'm used to having jokes I do not go down as well as I wanted them. What I was not used to was the reaction I got as I got to my first punchline of many in Indiana. Got to the first punchline. 40 out of 100 people immediately left the room. Yeah, and not in the British way of like, oh, this isn't for us, we should quietly and respectfully leave. They left in the American way of like, fuck you, and gone. And it's important to note that the 60 people that remained weren't all fans, okay? Some of them were just very stubborn. Like, they hated me, but not as much as they loved sitting down. That was a real moral dilemma for them. They're like, this is awful, but I do love this. This is excellent. Now, I'm not an intelligent person by any stretch, so I was like, oh, maybe I'll win them over with the harsher punchlines. Oh, that'll get him. No, not at all. There was a man in the front row who was so upset by the joke, his only way of letting me know how angry he was to lift up his shirt, show me his gun, and say, you're lucky I don't shoot you. Now, where I come from, we don't call that luck. We call that society. I run my mouth off for every day. Never been shot in the fucking head. Right? But I've never seen a gun in my life. In my life at this point. And it's just, it's pointing at his dick. I've always found that weird. Oh, fucking gay. Is that why you're all circumcised? Just, no, what have I done? And I'm terrified. I've never seen a gun before. And this is what I love about your country, right? Because I think there is one stereotype that is true for most of you. And it's the friendliness, right? There is that just sense of friendliness. There was another American man there. He was realistically as upset by this joke as this man. But he stood up for me. And he did so in the most American way possible. Proper big American, big beard. Looked like he ate pancakes and shat freedom. And he stood up and went, hey, you. Hey, little boy. Bit condescending. Little boy. Right? Hey. I may not agree with what you're saying. Loved you in Home Alone. Thought that was spot on. Right. I may not agree with what you're saying, but this is America. This is the land of the free speech. So you keep telling your joke and you just ignore him. Because if he shoots you, I'll shoot him. Not before? Like if you're taking requests, before really works for me. Now, I will tell you the joke. Obviously, I've not learned any lessons. It was a very simple premise for a joke, as are all my jokes. It was basically, you know, as a parent, now I'm not a parent, but I do like speaking on behalf of people, because I'm white, middle class, and male, and that's what my people do. I imagine Christmas morning as a parent's very difficult, especially if you have young children. It's Christmas morning at 7 a.m. They burst out of their rooms, they run downstairs, they're so happy, they're so filled with joy. It's Christmas Day! It's the most magical day of the year. To them, magic literally happened overnight. They wished for shit, shit's there. What the fuck? That's insane. I'm 7 years old, but I'm pretty sure that tree shits presents. But you as a parent, you know, the time, the money, the organisation, the stress that's gone into making this moment so special. But when you see that smile on their stupid fucking face, makes it all worth it. Then they look up at you with those big blue eyes that you hope resemble yours. And who do they thank? Santa. Oh, thank you, Santa, for these presents. Mummy and Daddy, isn't Santa amazing? And as a parent not willing to shatter your child's imagination, you must have to stand there being like, yeah! Yeah, no, he worked really hard this year, didn't he, the fat fuck? You know that disappointment that parents feel in that moment? That is exactly how doctors feel whenever you thank God. Mr. Darcy, we are delighted to announce that your cancer has gone into remission. Oh my God, this is wonderful news. I know it's been a long, hard journey, but we got there in the end, and we all couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank the Lord. What? No, sorry, it was just funny. I just couldn't see his name anywhere on this fucking chart. I can see my name right at the top there. Dr. Michael sat with you through 2.5 weeks of chemotherapy. You're welcome, by the way. Dr. Connors, her name's there. She spent 6 hours cutting a tumour out your fucking lung. I've got the names of all the nurses and all the radiologists here. All their names are on the list. Can't seem to find the Lord's name anywhere on it. I tell you what, maybe in my haste to give you the good news, maybe I skimmed past it. I'll have another look. But the Lord sent you. He certainly didn't chip in for that medical degree. In fact, if I remember correctly, you came to me, I diagnosed you, and then I specified the treatment. In fact, if I cast my memory even further back, he's the one that gave you cancer. Why? Maybe because you're an ungrateful cunt. 40 people, God, nah. I was not proud of that. Sorry, let me clarify. I was not proud of the reaction. I'm obviously proud of the joke. It's fucking excellent. I'm very talented. Not proud of the reaction, though. My job is not to offend people. It's not something I try to do, and it's not something I take any pleasure in when it happens. But it will happen. I'm a very opinionated person. Every opinion I have is not going to resonate with 100% of people that attend 100% of my audiences, which is why I make sure that I craft and tell my jokes in such a way that if you are offended by them, it's because you are wrong. But nonetheless, just because we believe that different things happen to us after we die, doesn't mean we can't be kind to each other while we live. One of the first things my uncle ever taught me. So, after the show, I went out to see the people that had left, not to apologise. I had nothing to apologise for. I told a joke in a comedy club in the land of the free speech. I was fucking golden. But I wanted to try and humanise myself with these people, make them understand that it was just a joke. Yes, it was a bit personal, but it's just a joke. Big mistake. I walked out halfway through a man complaining about my set. What he said will stick with me till the day I die. This is his words. To a member of staff, not me. That boy is awful. That boy is disgusting. He's exactly what is wrong with his world, okay? No, don't get me wrong. I enjoyed the first 2/3 of his stand-up routine. I thought the first 2/3 were great. First 2/3 of the show, by the way, bunch of paedophile jokes. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? But then again, we all know how easily the Catholics can forgive paedophilia. Awful, awful. But then he did that blasphemy, and blasphemy is never funny. You can make fun of the blacks, you can make fun of the queers, you can even make fun of the coloured ones, but nobody makes fun of Jesus. I know. And he didn't appreciate when I then took the time out to explain to him that technically, Jesus was one of the coloured ones. And that is not up for debate. We can argue about the existence of God all day long. We'll never know whether there is a God in heaven until it's too late for me. But if you're Christian, you believe that Jesus was born in Bethlehem. That's in the Middle East. Had he been white, that would have been the fucking miracle. He would have been the only white guy for 400 miles, and it would have blown people's minds. Oh, look, he's turning water into wine. He's a different colour! Why is no one mentioning this? We live in the desert. The sun is always in the sky, yet somehow he's got the complexion of a fucking snowman. the sad fact is, if Jesus was alive today, he would not get through American customs. You can be on as comfortable as you want, it's still a fact. He'd get to TSA and then things would get a little bit tense. Just one of the guards being like, come on through, sir, that's great, just take your shoes off, put them on, thank you very much, sir. And you, ma'am, if you could just take your belt off, that'd be great, thank you very much. And then, if you could just hold right there, sir. Just 2 seconds. David? 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 David! Yes, Beardy McSandals. Who else? Who else would I be fucking talking about? And then Jesus would get there and they'd make him do this and he'd be like, oh, really, guys? We're doing this again? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm the son of God. Now, to any religious people in the audience and at home, I sincerely hope that you're aware that I'm just being a dick for the sake of being a dick. They're just jokes in the end, and surely, my silly little comedy routine isn't enough to rock your lifelong faith. Surely you're stronger than that. But I get it. Faith is a very personal thing. In fact, I don't get it. I don't have it. I get jealous sometimes. That's what I'll say to you. If you're religious, anyway, don't leave here sad. Don't leave here upset. Leave here smug. Leave here arrogant. Because if you're as truly faithful as you claim to be, look on the bright side. When you get to heaven, well, I'm not going to fucking be there. Like, isn't that the ultimate revenge? Because let's be honest, how pissed off are you going to be if you get to the gates of heaven and I'm just stood on the other side like, I know, he forgave me. What's he like? Also, do remember that I'm not intelligent, I just sound it. It's the accent. I'm not a smart person. I sound like my parents. My parents are very intelligent people, so I know how to talk like them, but with none of the facts to back up. And my parents are huge geniuses. My mother has a PhD in microbiology and biochemistry, and she's the only person trusted to be outsourced by the UN to travel around the world giving lectures on mercury emissions and greenhouse gases and about how we as a species can help reduce our carbon footprint on this planet. Right? Yeah, very impressive. She flies to all of those gigs, which is a little bit hypocritical. She loves the polar bears, but not as much as she loves air miles. My father is a computer programmer who currently has over 10 patents to his name, and he's the only person I know of that is banned from the British version of Robot Wars. Because he made a robot that was, and I quote, legally a weapon. Those are my parents. Just honestly, my parents. So two people, I think we can all agree, who had no right to ever get laid. They met, they fell in love, they got married, they consummated that marriage, and 3 months later, I was born. And well, my mum's had like 4 kids, and you can tell that she loves us all the same, but after the first 2, she kind of stopped giving a shit. Lost the magic. She'll always go on about how she was blessed with me, then she was gifted with my sister, then she had my brother, and she'll always remember the day that she was diagnosed with the other one. We were all intentional though. My mother has a very healthy outlook to contraception, which is good because her sister is anti-abortion, which is a cruel nickname, but she's had 5. All right, let's discuss that one. No, let's discuss it. Some of you are clearly letting the subject matter of that joke get in the way of how expertly written it was. And that's not fair to comedy. When my mother was diagnosed with my youngest brother, don't laugh, it's serious, she still has him. She went to one of those pregnancy classes, you know, the pregnancy classes that women can go to practice overreacting. Oh, I love it. I love watching every woman just go, I'll fucking kill you. She along with my dad. And there was an opportunity in the afternoon where the dads could get up and try the gas and air, the nitrous oxide that women are given during labour. The reason the dads were given this opportunity is just in case, during the labour, the wife takes it, she gets a bit spacey, and the dad doesn't freak out. So my dad, much to my mother's surprise, he goes, I'll give it a go. My dad's a massive nerd, never done drugs, barely fucking drinks. He's like, I'll give it a go. He gets up, takes a couple of puffs, sits back down beside my mum. She's like, how do you feel? He's like, nice. It's pretty good, that. And my mum leaned over, punched him in the dick, and went, still fucking hurts though, doesn't it? They're good people. Very liberal as well, my parents. It's not good having liberal parents and growing up. It's really not. Especially in your teenage years. Because you can't rebel. They love you no matter what. It's real fucking annoying. Going through my teenage years, I'm ready to stick it to the man, and my mum's just like, stick it to the person. It's very annoying. I remember being 15, right? I've just got all this stupid boy testosterone, fucking hair, everything. I just want to rebel. Go to my mum, be like, Mum, Dad, I'm gonna start drinking. Oh. And my mum's just there like, yeah, you're 15. This is Scotland, what are you... We were just wondering what was taking you so long, you fucking pussy. You've watched me drink your whole life. You think I'm going to be hypocritical and say you can't drink? Of course you can drink. All we would say is when you start drinking, do it upstairs with your friends just so we can keep an eye on you, because that's part of being an adult, is learning how to drink responsibly. But of course, go ahead. What? Oh, no, good. That's exactly how I wanted this conversation to go. But I'm not done, because I've got more things. And I tell you what, Missy, you're going to be none too pleased. What else am I going to do? Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to, you know what, screw science. I'm going to be a comedian. That's amazing. That's a chance for you to combine that creativity and that passion that we know you have and turn it into something you love, and that's all we've ever wanted for you, is to do something that you love. How about this? How about for the first 3 years of your career, we even let you live with us rent-free and drive you to all of your gigs? What the fuck is happening? How am I ever going to be an artist if you keep supporting me? All these other comedians, their parents are dead, or drunks, or abusive. You guys have never tried to touch me. Touch me! Fine, Leslie, you want the big guns? I don't want to bring them out so soon, but here they are. You listening? Listening, bitch? Sorry, I didn't mean to call you bitch. You listening? I'm gonna start having sex. Oh, what the fuck? My mom's just there like... Okay. You let us know how that goes. Martin, have you heard this shit? I know, with who? Oh God, you should be a comedian. That's fucking excellent. That is real. Whoa. Do you know I was reading his diary the other day? Yeah, under the pillow, good hiding place. Do you know that he calls his penis the sloth nest monster? Yeah, because no one's ever seen it. Am I right? Oh, no, I'm right. I should be more intelligent than this. With their intelligence and their upbringing, I should have been the guy that cured cancer. I'm not. I'm the 27-year-old who last year put mouthwash on his penis. Just gonna let that sink in, much like I did at the time. Just so you understand what level of stupidity I am currently functioning at. I'll give you the story, right? I was in a nightclub, and I didn't do it there. I'm not a total weirdo. Just freshen your breath, my lady. None of that. And I'm in this nightclub, and in this particular nightclub is a woman who's willing to fuck me. And women who are willing to fuck me, very rare creatures. A lot like unicorns, you have to approach them very slowly, very quietly, have a net. And we get chatting, we get flirting, we get drinking, and about 2 hours later, she's like, so, what do I have to say to get you into bed? And I was like, that. Fucking nailed it in one. What are you? Did you practice that in front of a mirror? That was immaculate. So we go back to my place. We're about to get down to the. I always find it weird talking about sex on stage, and not because I'm not crushing it, but just because I'm very aware that this is my face. It's not a good face for sex stories. It's too young. Look at this baby face. 27, not a fucking hair. And I can't grow facial hair. Oh, God knows I've tried. There's nothing. Right? None. Apparently, when I hit puberty, all the hair in my body had a little bit of a meeting, a tactical meeting to work out how best to cover me. And the first guy who'd done it before was like, I reckon we start in the crotch. Right? Start there, just above his bits, and then we'll move down to his legs, maybe go up his chest, maybe we give him a little bit of snail trail. Maybe get onto his chest, make him Wolverine, maybe his back. We'll definitely get under his armpits. He needs hair under there for some reason that we're still not aware of. But then we'll get to his chin and under his nose. How does that sound? And then the second guy, and this was his first day, was like, or just his ass. And the first guy was like, I'm listening. Just all of us. Are we going to move out later on in his life? No. Let's make it look like Chewbacca's family portrait back there. I wanted to get to the stage that if he's ever on a plane and he fidgets, that he sews his own asshole shut. Is that something you reckon we can do as a unit? Ladies? I realised that because I've been in a nightclub for a couple of hours, because it was a hot, sweaty underground nightclub, and obviously I had been fucking throwing shapes in order to say, if you're not laughing, it's because you turned on. Doing that in order to seduce her, I realised that I was, no longer, pristine in the sloss nest. So, I decided to excuse myself to go to the bathroom to do the gentleman's wash that we all sometimes do just before sex, just in the sink, just to make it all fresh and make sure it's all, and, right, fuck you to every guy that just bailed on me. You absolute full of shit liars, right? Every last man sitting beside your wives and girlfriends be like, I've got no idea what he's talking about. I know you've done it. I know every single man in this room has washed his dick in a sink. That is a fact. That is a fact. Lie to your partners, do not lie to me. I know you. You've all got the same brain as I do, right? One day you walked into the bathroom and you saw the sink and you were like, why is it that height? That's why it's that height! If it was only for your hands, it would be up here so you could see the dirt, but it's not, is it? It's in no man's land. Choose your own adventure. So I'm in there, and I'm sprucing the place up. I'm getting a guest ready. And I was drunk. I was very, very drunk. And my drunk brain saw the mouthwash and went, oh, that tastes way better than soap. And he had a point. Right? And the smart part of my brain wasn't there to tell me I was being a fuckhead, right? The smart part of my brain was also drunk and sat in that meeting. He was just there being like, that is a fucking excellent idea. No, man, that chivalry is not dead. This is awesome. So having consulted both of my brain cells, we decided to go ahead with the endeavour. Now, I thought the best way to do it was, I can't just free pour it. I'm not made of money. I thought the best way economically was to be like, to do like aftershave. Like, yeah, just like. Never know. If your girlfriend laughed at that joke, you're a lucky man. You are a lucky man. You buy her a car tomorrow. So I'm in there. I've done it. Now, there's only two things I had not really thought through. Only two. You'd be surprised to hear. Only two. The first one was the sensation. It was like Barney and cold, like at the same time. I don't know if you've ever fucked a microwave during a blizzard, but it's unusual. The other thing that I'd not thought through, my tiny little man brain had not thought through, was that she was, you know, she was going to notice. Because that's not what penises taste like. Like, she wasn't going to get down there and be like, oh, yeah, no, I'm in one, of course. Yay! Oh, I love when this happens. Yay! Num, 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 num. Oh, of course, in high school we're taught that 1 in 10 men have a minty dick. I thought that was just an expression, but here he is, Lord of the Mint Cock. She didn't say anything though. She didn't bring, bless her cotton socks, didn't she didn't say anything, but there was one point during the guys, the blow jizzle, where she's like 30 seconds in, she kind of just went. It's better than the alternative. A penis-flavored penis. And I can see some of you want a bigger punchline there. There's not one. And that's because it's a true story. It's a painfully true story. See some of the best comedians in the world, and they'll tell you these amazing true stories, and at the end of these true stories is a perfect punchline. It's a mixture of a callback and a pun, perfectly ties the whole joke together. Do you know how they come up with those punchlines? They fucking lie! And I would never do that to you. Right? I think comedy comes from truth. I don't like to embellish my jokes. I don't like to lie about my jokes. It's honest, true. I could be one of those comedians. I could be. Don't think I couldn't. I have the potential. I just choose not to because I'm a real artist, okay? I could, but I won't. I could stand on this stage right now and say, and that's why the ladies call me Dental Sloss. But I'm better than that. And I will not lower myself for a cheap joke. I think, no. I'm not a parent, so therefore all my opinions on parenthood are null and void. That being said, still got some. I don't think your job as a parent is to shelter your child from the world and stop them seeing experience. You can't stop someone living their life in a certain way because you don't agree with that. Your job isn't to stop that person, it's to explain to your child why you're against that. And if they don't believe you, tough shit. Right? You can't stop people living their lives. One of the ones I hate most, this is a level of controversy and it happens every single fucking year. In the UK at least. You get X Factor over here? Like, yeah, the singy shite. I don't watch the show, but fortunately I know what's going on because everyone on Facebook watches it. And all the parents have the same controversy every year. And it goes, basically they'll have like a female guest singer on, like Lady Gaga, Rihanna, Beyonce. And she'll go on and sing and dance. It'll be wonderful, so I'm told. And the next day there's a certain group of parents that react like this. Oh my God! Did you see the X Factor? No. Well, did you see Beyonce? No. Well, did you see what she was wearing? Yeah, no, I googled that. Yeah. She was scantily clad. It was disgusting. It fucking wasn't. But why do you care what she was wearing? She was there to sing and dance, and as far as I'm aware, she did that to the best of her abilities. What does it matter what costume she's wearing? Well, she's a role model. I'm inclined to agree with you. I don't know too much about Miss Knowles, but from what I'm told, she's a singer-songwriter, entrepreneur. She was in a very successful band, Destiny Child. Then she went solo, went fucking astronomical. She married Jay-Z. She's much more talented, much more famous than him now, right? She sings a lot of songs, and she's very famous. And she uses that fame and the money to not only give to charity, but become ambassadors for said charities to help raise awareness of all of them together. And she also sings very empowering songs for women and young girls, letting them know that it's okay to be confident in your body image. In my books, that's a pretty good role model. I think you've said it there. But the children. What about the children? Well, the children are going to see her dressed in her sexy clothes And then they're gonna wanna wear the sexy clothes. Don't buy them the clothes then. Your 9-year-old doesn't have a job. The only 9-year-olds I know with jobs are the ones making the clothes. Oh, go make a fucking difference then. But even it, right, let's live in your hypothetical world. Let's say children are wearing sexy clothes. They're not, you're a moron. But let's say they are wearing the sexy clothes. Why do you give a shit? They are children. They express themselves in weird and unusual ways. That's what makes them pure. They're wearing sexy clothes. Let them wear. Who gives a shit? Why do you care? Well. Pedophiles. Where? What do you mean pedophiles? Well, people are going to see the children in the sexy clothes. And then they'll be tempted to be pedophiles. No? Right. The reason I don't fuck kids. No, I agree, I should never have to explain this, but clearly I do for some reason. So allow me to make it crystal clear. The reason I do not fuck children is because it's wrong, disgusting, immoral, and I don't want to. It's not their fashion choice. That is so far down the list of reasons why I don't fuck kids. You can dress a child however you want. I'm not going to suddenly change my mind, be like, wow, Dora has explored her sexuality. Get in there, you sexy fuck. No matter how you dress a child, I'm always going to be able to tell it's a child. Do you know how? Because it's a fucking kid! Right? For the same reason that on Halloween, when a child turns up to my door dressed as Batman, I don't go, holy fuck, it's Batman! And then kill both of his parents. Just because you can make something look kind of similar to something else does not mean it's the same thing, and I will always be able to tell the difference, right? It's like vegan food. Oh, but it looks like chicken, but it tastes like buttholes. And not in a good way. I'm obviously not comparing paedophiles to vegans there. That was not the point of that routine. Because vegans are worse. Oh, of course they are. Of course. Look, at least paedophiles don't brag about being paedophiles. And I can take a paedophile to way more restaurants. I'll have to keep an eye on him. I didn't want to call the show dark. I don't consider my sense of humor to be that dark. I'm aware that it is. I've had enough complaints in my life. But this is, you know, is what makes me laugh. And I know I get that from my parents and stuff. Maybe it's the fact that, you know, grew up in a relatively normal but still slightly unusual household. I have 3 younger siblings. I've got 2 younger brothers, and then my sister Josie, she's not this height, she's in a wheelchair. You can be uncomfortable as you want, doesn't change the fact that it's a fact. Josie has cerebral palsy. Now, I'm going to assume that most of us know what cerebral palsy is, right? For those of you that may not know, it's a disability that comes in a very wide spectrum of severity. You get some people with cerebral palsy who still lead very normal lives. They can walk and talk, still very happy. Josie's a bit more on the other side of the spectrum. She's 2 years younger than me. She can't walk. She can't talk. She's still a very happy, joyous young woman. She's arguably the happiest person I know. She's got a laugh that'll light up a room and a fart that'll clear a church. And people sometimes get uncomfortable when you talk about disability, right? And I know why that is. It's because you've not experienced it every day, right? It's a bit unusual. But I cannot stand the fact that I have to tailor the way I talk, right? People say to you, disability is never funny. Never funny. The fuck are you talking about? Disability can be hysterical. You just have to make sure that you're on the right side of the laughter. If you're laughing at the disabled person, congratulations, you're a pile of shit. But if you're laughing with them, oh, what a joy. But to say disability is never funny, to me, that is dehumanizing. You are saying that these people are not capable of doing something which you yourself are capable of doing, and that's laughing at the situation you're in. Of course they're able to do that. They're human beings. The reason you say disability is never funny because it makes you uncomfortable, and you don't know how to deal with it. And instead of dealing with it rationally, you've nominated yourself to be offended on behalf of people who you think are weaker than you, so you've decided to stand up for them, and nobody asked you to do that. Disability, my sister's disability has made me laugh so fucking hard sometimes in my life. And we're never laughing at her. Sometimes we are laughing at her. But she just sees us laughing and she joins in. Right? She's like, people tell me the language that you can't use. I say she's got special needs, right? That's what I was taught to say when she was born, special needs. Now, you cannot say she's got special needs. I've met her, and I can assure you, she's got special needs. Dictionary definition, special needs. Like, she's got needs that are very special, very unique to Josie. Those needs include needing to watch Pingu for 9 hours of the fucking day. You don't get that show over here, and you're so lucky. It's a shitty claymation penguin, and he's a fucking arsehole. Like, all he does is go wah, 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 and then fuck everyone's day up. He's the worst. But she loves the show, so I have to watch it with her all the time. One of her other special needs is that whenever you're including Josie in conversation and you want to get her to laugh, which I recommend you do, it's one of the best laughs, right? Just do the Pingu voice to her. Oh, she loses her mind. And to everyone else, well, to me and her, it's very fun, but to everyone else, it makes the condition look like it's hereditary or contagious. When I was 9 years old, Josie was 7, and we were driving up to the north of Scotland. Obviously, we weren't, my parents were. She can't change her own nappy, but she can change gear like a motherfucker. We're going up to the north of Scotland, and we were involved in a car accident. The front tyre of my mum's car burst at 70 miles an hour, and we went straight into a ditch and flipped 3 times. My mum and dad turned around immediately to make sure me and Josie are okay. Now, at this point, Josie had never been in a car crash before, so she wasn't really sure how to react. And when Josie doesn't know how to react to something, what she does is she runs through her Rolodex of memories, finds a similar incident that she's experienced to this one, and then gauges her reaction off of the previous incident. 9 times out of 10, that works a treat. Except for this one. Because the closest thing that Josie's ever been to in a car crash before is a roller coaster. And bitch loves roller coasters. So the car's just flipped 3 times. My mum and dad turn around immediately to make sure me and Josie are okay. And Josie's just there like, woo! Greatest day of her life so far. Best roller coaster she's ever been on. Like, 3 flips, no queue. Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. That's unheard of, even with Fast Pass. She's ready to go again. She knows where the cameras is. She's going to be like, yeah. She's loving it. Meanwhile, me, fully aware of what's going on, crying my eyes out. Because I've just been woken up and this isn't Gran's house. So my dad gets out of the car and he picks me up. My mum gets out of the car. She can't get Josie's wheelchair out the back, so she just kind of has to scoop Josie up like the pile of wet towels that she is. Who are you being offended on behalf of? It's not you. It's not me. You're being offended on behalf of my sister. My sister. She didn't ask you to do that. I didn't ask you to do that, right? When you get offended or react like that to the way I talk about my sister, subconsciously, it's your way of letting me know that you think the way I talk about my sister comes from a malicious or angry or hateful place. You have no right to tell me how I feel about my sister. I'm very aware that I love her, so I'll describe her in any way I fucking please. Get off your high horse. Nobody asked you to be Batman. So, my mum scoops up Raggedy Ann and we walk up to the side of the road to get some help. Fortunately, a lovely man had been in a car behind us and he'd seen this whole car crash taking place. So he starts sprinting down the road towards us to make sure we're all okay. Beautiful gesture. But imagine that from his perspective. He's just seen a car fly off the road at 70 miles an hour into a ditch. When he comes to check on the passengers, he sees my father holding me who's crying, while my mother cradles my sister's limp body, and he just goes, no! And my parents died laughing, right? And I'm losing their shit. My mother was laughing so hard she had to put my disabled sister down at the side of the road, like the most heartless mother that's ever existed, as she tries to explain to this poor man, like, no! She's always been like this! No, this was also the before photo. She's arguably the best person to be in a car crash with. She can't get more disabled. Who? Shut the fuck up. A couple of weeks after that car crash took place, it was a Sunday, the Lord's Day, and I remember it vividly because I was very excited for school for the first time ever on the Monday, because we were going to go on a class trip to Edinburgh Museum, newly opened Edinburgh Museum. And I was very excited because I was a horrible child and I was ready to fuck this museum up. I was going to steal some shit, I was going to kick a dinosaur in the shin. It was going to be the best day of my whole goddamn life. I go to bed early. I want a full day's energy, right? Full night's rest. And about 2 hours into my sleep, my dad comes into my room, not to molest me. And he went, "Hey, buddy, just to let you know that Josie's just been rushed to hospital, so me and your mum need to go and make sure she's not fucking around. So grab your school bag, go stay with the neighbours, and don't be a dick. I'll see you tomorrow." Now, the reason my dad's being very casual about this is part of Josie's condition means that she's in and out of hospital quite regularly, right? She gets seizures, she gets fits, she gets epileptic fits. I'll be honest with you, sometimes, bit of an attention-seeking cow. She knew I was excited about the museum. She knew I needed my rest. Did she respect that? Did she fuck? She had to be all diva about it. So, she's off making it about her. I go over the road to my neighbours. I mean, every neighbours are used to this. This happens once a month. I'll knock at the door. They're like, "Oh, is she?" And I'm like, "Yeah, she is." And I go up and stay in the spare room. Next morning, I come downstairs, fully dressed, very excited for school. My neighbour is sat at the bottom of the stairs, and she's crying, which catches me immediately off guard because I'm 9 years old. The only grown woman I've ever seen crying before is my mother, and this didn't have anything to do with alcohol. So, but I'm 9 years old. I've not fully developed empathy yet. So I'm just like, Can you make me toast? Is that so? I need toast because I'm gonna go. And she sees me and she's like, "Oh, Daniel, you should go home." And I'm like, "But toast." And she went, "Go home." And I'm like, "Wow, you don't have a toaster." So I go across the road. Mum's always good for toast, and she works from home. My mum works for the UN, but her office is at home. And so I'm used to seeing her there. What I'm not used to seeing is what I'm suddenly confronted with when I walk into my living room. My mum's there. My dad's there, home from work. I've got aunts and uncles from all across Scotland. My grandparents down from the north, my other grandparents in from the west. No Josie. And that was the moment that my mother told me that my sister died. Now, obviously a very big part of my life. If I'm being honest with you, I don't really remember too much of the day. According to my parents, I collapsed on the floor and I cried for about 5 minutes, and then after 5 minutes, I put myself back up, put my school bag on, and was like, "Oh, fucking museum's gonna be weird." I tried to go to school, and my parents had to be like, "Fucking no, dickhead. We're not gonna go to school today. We're gonna stay at home and cry for more than 5 minutes, you sociopath." Does that sound fun? Yeah, it does, Hitler. Yeah, it does. And I kept trying to leave the room, and not because I wanted to go to school necessarily, but just because I didn't want to be in that room anymore, because in that moment I no longer recognized my family. And not just because of the gaping hole that my sister left, but just I have a very funny family, a viciously funny family. I've been called a cunt since I was 5 years old. Right? That's just how my family works. If you love someone, you insult them over and over and over and over and over again until they hate themselves, and then they need you to love them more. Family. And in this moment, none of them were being funny. My mother, one of the funniest people in the world, nothing, just a straw. My dad, so dry, so white, so sarcastic, nothing. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand that thing. So I, young and naive, I decided to try and assume the position. I tried telling jokes. Started doing impressions. Didn't really work. Tough crowd. This is a moment my mother she looks back fondly on it a bit now, being like, "And that's the moment I knew that you were going to be a comedian." Which is lovely, but horseshit. My dad gets it much closer to the truth when he says, "That's the moment I knew you were going to be a comedian, because even though your sister was dead, you still wanted to be the centre of attention." Now, there's still a bit of tension in this room. I'll only bask in it for a few more seconds. It's my favourite part of the whole show. Just a whole audience's butthole ceiling. Everyone's assholes in unison just going, "Huh?" Just like, "Oh," and that's the moment my mother told me my sister died. What do we do? We laugh? Don't you fucking dare laugh. Don't you fucking dare laugh. I don't know what to do. Do I look at him? Don't look at him, he might cry. Okay, I'll look down. Don't look down. That's where she is. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, God. Should I look up? Don't look up. She doesn't think she's there either. Oh, man. Can we leave? I can't. I physically swallowed the chair. If I stand up, it's all... Oh man, honestly, that guy from Indiana was right. The first 2/3 were great, and then it really just drops off towards the end there. Don't feel bad about your reactions. It's entirely justified. I manufactured and told that joke in such a way that you literally just found out that my sister died in that moment. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've known for fucking ages. I'm 27, right? She died when I was 9 years old. That's 18 maths years. I've grieved, I've laughed, I've done everything in between. I like telling that story in that way because it's a bit of sadistic nostalgia, if I'm honest with you. I drop in that moment, you're like, oh, and I'm like, I remember that. And it's also because that's better than the other reactions. I know it comes from a good place, but the sorries are just the fucking worst. My sister died. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm British. If you apologise to me, I'll apologise back. It is a reflex. Right, and the sorry, I know it comes from a good place, but it's not good. Now, if you've lost anyone in the past couple of years, you'll understand what I mean when you get bored of the sorries, right? And in the future, when you lose someone, which you all will, spoiler alert, everyone you love will die one day, and there's nothing you can do to prevent it, except for maybe die first. Stop yourself the pain and give them it. Fun, fun, fun. But when you inevitably get bored, of the sorries, here's the best way to get rid of it, right? Go, hey, sorry I've not been in touch recently, just my dad died a couple of weeks ago. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Why? Did you do it? Mum, we found the guy! They'll never fucking say it again. That's the big thing I remember about my sister's death, apart from the obvious, dead thing. Was I hated how much everyone else treated me differently, right? Something had changed and I needed everything else to stay the same so I could process the difference, but that doesn't happen when someone dies. People start wrapping you in bubble wrap. They start being very sensitive around you, changing how they treat you. I went back to school after 2 weeks. I was picked first in sports. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, that's never happened. People would say sister around me and they go, as if I was going to be like, I couldn't stand it. I hated it so much. And in that moment, I made a vow to myself that if I ever knew someone who lost someone close to them, that I would not change, that I would remain a constant in their life. And what that means is just being a dick the whole time. Yeah, it's very important. I call it being a wanker anchor. There's so much anger and death that just be the punching bag. Let them take it out on you. And it works a treat. A couple of years ago, my best friend, Jean, her dad died. Obviously, very, very sad. But Jean and I have one of those relationships where what makes us laugh the hardest is saying the most awful things at the most inappropriate moments, normally while making this face. And just because her dad was dead didn't mean she was off the hook. So, you've really got to time a dead dad joke. You've only really got one good shot at it. Right, you really got to nail it first time, otherwise it just gets a bit bullying. I nailed it, I really did. Next day, after dad died, she went downstairs and she was making phone call, funeral arrangements with her mother, and me and my other best friend Kai, we were upstairs being very supportive and getting high. It's the only thing to do. And after about 45 minutes, Jean comes upstairs with red eyes. We've also got red eyes for different reasons. And she sees us laughing, just giggling, and we were losing our shit. I can't remember why we were laughing. We were either laughing at a squirrel or the word squirrel. I don't know if you've ever seen the word squirrel written down, but it's a very funny word because there's an S and then there's a Q and then there's a U and then there's two R's, and those are all really near each other in the alphabet, so it's like a family reunion of a word. We were high. So we're sitting there giggling, and Jean comes upstairs and she goes, oh, well, I'm clearly missing something. Right, none of you are better than me. You all thought of the same fucking joke. Sitting there being like, oh, you all did it. I just had the courage to do it. I'm a comedian. You think I'm missing that open goal of a joke? She went, oh, well, I'm clearly missing something. Yeah, a father. Fuck. Oh, we can walk these bases. This is easy. This is so easy. And she laughed. She did. Very much the laugh you all did of the oh no. But she needed to see that I was still there, right? The Daniel that she's grown up with. She's not this weird sensitive one she's never met in her life. And I was sympathetic the whole day before and the whole day after. You just got to make those jokes every now and again. And I was a good friend later on that evening. Kai had gone to London to do some gigs, so it was just me and Jean, and we decided what was best way to deal with it was to get about 3 bottles of wine, order a bunch of pizza, get shit-faced, and just cry and complain about how unfair death truly is. So I ordered the pizza. I decided to pay for it because... guys, her dad's dead. It's what he would have wanted. Half an hour later, pizza comes to the door. I take the pizza, I pass it to Jean. I take the bottle of Coke, I pass it to Jean. I take the tub of ice cream, I pass it to Jean. I turn around, pay the guy, tip the guy, because I'm a fucking legend. And when I turn back around, Jean is suddenly furious. She's angry in her face. She's like, "You're an asshole." Nah, I am. You're never going to hear me debate that at all. But at this point, I was unaware of how she had arrived at that conclusion. Like she hadn't shown her working. Like I was like, what have I done? It's not what I said earlier. We've laughed about that. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to work out what I've said that's upset or done. And before I can answer, she holds up the bottle of Coke. And it says, "Share a Coke with Dad." Which is fucking hysterical. Like, are you kidding me? Of all the days, of all the different names, and all the different bottles, this bottle this day, for a solid second, I believed in God. For a full second, I was like, "Oh, you sneaky bastard." I am crying with laughter. I'm on the floor. I'm dying harder than her dead dad. Because that's such an awful coincidence. There's nothing you can do apart from laugh at how horrible that coincidence is. Jean's still not laughing. And I'm confused because this is exactly what we laugh at. So I'm replaying, what have I done wrong? Why is this? And then I realized she didn't say, "Oh my God, look at this horrible coincidence." She said, "You are an asshole." That is an accusation. She thinks I set that up. That's how much of a piece of shit she thinks I am, that I scheduled. Here's what Jean thinks happened. "Yeah, Domino's. Yeah, I'd just like to order some pizza. My friend's dad just died, so, pizza. Is there like a discount code you offer? Hashtag dead dad? 50% off, that makes sense. Can I get an extra large Hawaiian with no pineapple? All right. Bottle of Coke and some ice cream. Yeah. Anything else?" "Do you have anything with Dad written on it?" "Yeah, her dad just died, so I really want to fucking ram it home for no apparent reason." Yeah, got a bottle of Coke, that's great. She's not that observant though. Any chance you could spell it out with ham on top of the pizza? Yeah, in fact, I got a better idea. If I email you a picture of his face, can you make it and cheese on top of the pizza? Yes! And don't burn it, it's being cremated tomorrow. That'd be in poor taste. Laughter is not the opposite of sadness. Happiness is the opposite of sadness. Right? Laughter is a reaction. It's free to exist in both. Right? If your way of dealing with sadness is to grieve and to cry and do whatnot, congratulations, I'm glad that works for you. It doesn't work for me. When I cry when I'm sad, I just feel shit. It makes me spiral. I don't feel any better. Laughter is what brings me out. It makes me much, much happier. And I've often found the hardest times you'll laugh has been when you've pulled from the other side of sadness. And I'll leave you with this final example. A couple of years after Josie died, I was about 13 years old, and on the anniversary of my sister's death every year obviously becomes a very sad time in our house, just as we all remember this life that was taken away far, far too young. And I go upstairs to check on my mum to see how she's doing. And, she's doing how you'd expect. She's in her room, surrounded by flowers and cards, and she's just crying. Just crying as hard as a mother who's lost a child can cry. I don't know what to do. I'm 13. I don't have the emotional maturity to deal with that. I don't have the emotional maturity now to deal with that. I've got no idea what to do. So I do the British thing. I'm like, I'll make her a cup of tea. I'll just make her a cup of tea and I'll hug her. That might make her feel better. And just as I wait to leave the room, I turn around to check on her again, and I realise in that moment that my mother is crying, but with laughter. And she's really bucked, tears streaming down her face, and I'm just like, fuck, she's gone insane. Oh, God, I'm going to have to get her put in a home. I'm 13, I can't afford a home. Getting her put down is going to be cheaper. And if I'm going to get her put down, I'm not going to let some strange doctor do it. I'll do it. She brought me into the world, I'll take her out of it. That's the deal that we made that she's not aware of. And if I'm going to kill my mum, I'm not going to smother her. She's got good upper body strength. I feel best way to do it is like an old farm dog. You know, when they're just on their last legs. Take them out on a nice long walk. Take her down the beach to her favourite spot. Take her home, big glass of wine, steak dinner. What's all this about? Nothing. Take her outside, just let her watch the sunset. And just when it's just going over, the most beautiful day of her life, just... Go out and find a new mum that looks slightly similar before my dad gets home. For the life of me, I cannot work out why my mother is laughing so hard. I'm like, what's so funny? And she's laughing too hard. I'm like, what's so funny? And she just thrusts this bouquet of flowers into my hands. And I'm like, flowers. To my darling Jennifer, I love you with all of my heart. These past 4 years have been the best of my life. Here's to the rest of our lives together. Yours forever, Michael. I don't think these are for us. And just between our laughs, my mum finally manages to say, no. But can you imagine what was written on the card that Jennifer got? Ladies and gentlemen, you're a pleasure. I've been Dire Sloss. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Daniel Sloss. I'm just going to start off the show not with a joke, but with a question that I'd like you to answer honestly, please, by raising of your hands. Who here thinks they are a good person? That is terrifyingly low. That is low. Germany put up more hands than you did. Just so you're aware of your current standing. I was in Berlin and they were like, we didn't do it, I wasn't there, I don't give a shit. I'm not sure if I'm a good person. I'd like to be, but being a cunt's fun. Like, you ever met those fucking weirdos that are like, is there any better feeling than just doing a random act of kindness for a stranger and knowing that you've made their whole day? Yeah, giving them the wrong directions. What do you... A lot of people think I'm a good person. If you were to ask my friends, they'd say I was a good person, and I understand why that is. It's because they only ever hear what comes out of my mouth. They never hear what's going on in my head. And those are two hugely different things, by the way. Out of my mouth, I'm an incredibly polite human being because I know that's the way you have to be. But sometimes when I'm alone in my head, sometimes Hitler. Obviously not the same things Hitler hated. Just the same, you know, passion that he had. Say what you like about Hitler, passionate man. About the wrong things, yes, we can all agree the wrong things, but passionate nonetheless, like a true artist. Some of the thoughts I have genuinely disturb me. I'm not comfortable with who I am as a human being because sometimes I have these evil thoughts. I never act on them. And for me, I would argue that's conscious goodness. Right? I go against my natural instinct to be good. I would therefore argue if you are a naturally good person, I am a better person than you are. Because for you to be good, you don't have to go through a struggle. That's just your default setting. I've got voices to compete with. I don't trust people with not having an evil voice in their head. Like, you can honestly tell me you see a kitten and no part of your brain goes, kick it. Like, you never do. But the voice is always there very confidently going, bet you can get it over the fence. Like if I ever need to cheer myself up, like if I'm ever sad or on a bus, those things are very related. If I just need to make myself smile, I know what this says about me, but all I have to do to cheer myself up is just to picture any child under the age of 10 with an ice cream and just imagine just fucking tripping him up. I know, it's awful. I've never done it, and I never will, because I can tell you on 1,000 different levels where that is a horrific thing to do to an innocent child. But I'd be lying if I were to say I didn't know detail by detail every part of that endeavor I'd enjoy. Like it's his birthday. He's got a big badge on it, says 9. He's got a balloon, a big stupid grin on his face because the world hasn't fucked him yet. Because it's his birthday, his parents were like, go nuts, and he did. The ice cream stacked up precariously high. There's sauce, there's sprinkles, there's 2 flakes in there because he's a greedy little cunt. And he's just so excited. But the thing is, he's also a very good older brother. And recently his little sister had to come home from school because she wasn't feeling well. And his first thought when he sees all of this extra ice cream on his birthday isn't to have it all to himself, it's to run home and share it with his baby sister. Because he loves her. And while he's running home, I just go, nah, cunt. And because he's young and stupid, he doesn't know whether to prioritize the ice cream, the balloon, or his face. And he fucks all 3 up in a spectacular fashion. Like as a rational adult, you go drop the balloon, we can buy you a new one, use that one to break the fall, save the ice cream. He's not dropping that balloon. He loves that balloon. How's it up there? He doesn't know. That's fucking magic to him. He's an idiot. That's his priority. So he puts ice cream hand down, falls straight into it, both flakes, both eyes, loses balloon anyway. Does it not just warm your cockles? All right, clearly some of you agree. Clearly the rest of you have children that you love. Let's see if we can take it a little bit darker. Let's see if anyone can relate to this horrific thought. This thought normally occurs whenever you're in a relationship, one in the past for you, hopefully. You know, one of those relationships where you kind of just fall out of love with the person? You don't hate them, you don't not like them, you just don't love them anymore. And that's a really weird situation to be in because it's all on you. You don't know if that's going to last forever, but also it never feels like that's an excuse you could go to them with because you'd sound like a sociopath. We need to break up. Why? Because I'm fucking dead inside. But I thought you loved me. So did I! Turns out I don't. What am I like? 3 weeks ago, I would have walked across the earth to make you smile, but today, your voice is like a fucking cheese grater, so... Bye! So because they've done nothing wrong and you don't want to break their heart and you still like them, you decide to just stay with them in the hopes that you'll fall in love again. Spoiler alert, you won't, it's dead. But you just sit there and you wait looking for an excuse to get out. Just waiting for them to do something unforgivable so that you can actually break up with them with a real excuse and leave with your head held high. But because unlike you, they're not a piece of shit, they won't do that. So you have to start lowering your standards for what unforgivable is. 1 week in, you're like, if they cheat on me, this is perfect. I can leave with my head held high and I will not look like a dick. 9 weeks later, they're faithful, and you're like, man, if they buy orange juice with pulp in it, that is... I can't live like that. All I'm asking is, if you've ever been in a situation like that, in a relationship where you felt trapped, like you couldn't get out of it, and it was just easier to stay in it, all I'm asking is if even for the briefest of seconds, have you ever accidentally caught yourself thinking how much easier life would be? If they were to just die? And not because you want them to die, but just because them dying is like the easiest way for you to get out of that relationship. And it doesn't involve either one of you getting hurt emotionally. I've had that thought. I'm not proud of it. I'm not bragging about it, but I'm also not denying that it crossed my mind. Having evil thoughts doesn't make it evil. Acting on them does. I don't trust people that deny it adamantly, like, no, I've never thought that. Of course I've never thought that. Really? You've been in love forever. You've never had any partner in the past where just like the last 2 weeks of that relationship, you fucking hated them. You just got to the point you're just at home and they phone you because they're stupid. And you don't want to answer the phone because that would involve talking to them, so you're just waiting until they hang up so you can get back on Tinder. And you don't want to answer the phone, but the only reason you do is because that same evil voice in the back of your head is telling you that what this phone call actually means is that somebody somewhere has just found a phone on a body. You've got to hide the disappointment in your voice when they answer. Hello? Oh, baby, it's you. How are you? What are you up to? Oh, you're driving? No, I'll stay on the line. What's up? What's happening? Did anyone see my show last year, by any chance? That's not a great return ratio, but thank you, nonetheless. For those of you that didn't see the show, in it I spoke about death a fair bit. For the first time on stage, I spoke about my sister, Josie. Now, Josie had cerebral palsy, and she died when she was 7 years old. I was 9. Obviously a very tragic story, but in the right hands. Fucking hysterical. I just wanted to prove that no matter how sensitive a subject matter may be, that I'll always be able to find a way to make it about myself. The show was called Dark, and that was meant to be semi-ironic, and it's because I genuinely don't consider my sense of humor to be dark. Now, that's not my way of saying it isn't. I've had enough emails to know that it is. I just mean that in my spectrum of my sense of humor that I do in real life, you're very much getting the vanilla shit right now. I've always had this sense of humor. I thought it was normal because it's my parents' sense of humor. I was raised with it. It wasn't until I then went out into the real world with it that I found out that my parents are fucked up people. My parents will say the most horrific things at the most inappropriate times. And the reason they do this, by the way, isn't to belittle the victim or to make fun of the tragedy or any of those other reasons nerds will tell you why people make dark jokes. The reason they do it is they are trying to bring a level of humanity, laughter, back to a moment that seems to lack it, tragedy. They're trying to make you, the individual, laugh in your moment of sadness. That just for the briefest of seconds, you have a minor moment of respite where you forget how shit things are and you get to have a giggle with yourself. But what that does manifest itself as is they say fucked up things. Every month since my sister died, my mum and dad have to go up to Josie's grave to do maintenance on it. Because that's the shitty thing about dead people in graves. It's a very one-sided relationship. They're very needy, the dead. And they rarely give back unless you're delusional or religious. I could have just said religious. Understand, by the way, if you subscribe to any faith whatsoever, I 100% respect your right to have that belief. But you also have to understand, at no point do I ever actually have to respect your belief. It's stupid and you're wrong. But I do respect your right to be wrong in public. See if I give a fuck. No matter how tragic an endeavor may seem, once you've repeated that feat multiple times, you get numb to the feelings. That's how human emotions work. There's nothing wrong with it. The first 10 times my parents had to go up to their only daughter's grave, I imagine it was harrowing. The 97th time, essentially just gardening. And because they didn't want to feel sad every single time they did it, what they did was when they got up there is they'd make little jokes just to each other, just to make each other laugh in their moments of sadness. And as time went on, they got their favorite jokes that became little in-jokes that they did with each other. And they would do them each time, becoming little skits. Eventually, they were just two psychopaths laughing beside a grave, but they're happy. But what it also means is that about every month since I was about 13 years old, so after doing it for a couple of years, I've heard my dad make the same fucking dad joke every month, the night before he has to go up to Josie's grave. And he's so excited for the joke, by the way. I cannot stress how happy he is about doing the joke, because it's a dad joke and he knows it ruins all of our days. He lives for this moment. And I know when it's coming. He's not subtle. Of course he's not subtle. He makes the same face every dad has ever made since the dawn of time, right when they're about to do the joke. He just sat at the dinner table and he's got that smug top lip just quivering while he waits for the lull in conversation so he can really take a run up to the set. I'm just like... So tomorrow's the big day. We've got to go and deflower your sister. No, Dad, I don't want any dessert. You can have that, it's all. And I'm just looking at my mum, waiting for her to divorce him. And she just joins in with, like, her bush is getting out of control this month. The neighbors are starting to complain. I enjoyed talking about Josie on stage last year for several reasons. One, it was hilarious. I'm a genius. Two, it was very therapeutic in a way to talk about a tragedy that had suffered when I was young, but then sort of rationalize it more as an adult in a very one-sided narcissistic group therapy type situation. Very cathartic. But that's the thing, like, I do a new show every year. That's my rule to myself. I have to do a new show every year. I get people that return to the shows. I want to make sure you see new stuff. And I obviously want the material to be different because I don't want to have to flog a dead sister. Welcome to my favorite joke of the show. That's the thing, I want this year's show to be better than last year's show. Of course I do. Like, you always want the new thing you create to be better than the old version of it. Parents, you'll understand that logic. No, I get it. Like, you love your first kid, of course you do. But if you're being honest, you know where you fucked up. We'll just have another one. We'll hit this one less. We'll hit it more. We don't know where the problems lie. Josie's death, that was a struggle that I'd gone through in my life that I managed to turn into material and make dark and funny and poignant, I hope. But I've done it now. But if I'm being honest with you, I don't really have any other struggles. But I really don't. I'm a white, heterosexual, middle-class, marginally successful, extremely well-hung man. Where are my struggles? I've not even been molested. Oh, I was dealt a cruel hand. So like most white, heterosexual, middle-class men, I've decided to create my own struggles. That's what we do. You see the rest of the world with your valid struggles that we also create, but let's not talk about that. I've gone for the classics, alcoholism and drug addiction. The cool ones. Now you can say drugs aren't cool, but I've never seen a Mormon doing them. I never thought I'd drink or do drugs. I really didn't. Right? When I was young, I was fully against it, but then I grew up and I met people that drank and I wanted them to like me, so I started drinking, and that's now the case. I drink like a goddamn fucking champion. Same thing happened with drugs. I used to hate the idea of drugs. I really did, and then I got into comedy. And 90% of comedians do drugs, and that is not an exaggeration. I've checked thoroughly. 90% of comedians do drugs. No, Daniel, surely that can't be true. Surely not him. Yes, him. Absolute coke fiend. No, Daniel, not her. She's a mother. Yes, a terrible one. Well, let's follow the train of logic, shall we, right? I didn't like alcohol. I met people that drank alcohol. Now I drink alcohol. I didn't like drugs. I met people that took drugs. Now I take drugs. I've met loads of vegans. Nah! And that's why I love vegans, because vegans have proven that peer pressure does not work. fucking myth. Not drinking when your friends are drinking. Oh, that's tough. Saying no to a joint when all of your friends are high. It's never been done before. But eating steak at a table full of vegans. I didn't know it could taste better. I am such an insensitive, selfish motherfucker. If I'm at dinner with any of my vegan friends, I will order the bloodiest thing on the menu and then spend the next 3 minutes giving it a backstory. That's mine, yeah, thank you very much. Her name was Lucky. She was 7 years old. She had a little black splotch in the back of her head that was in the shape of a love heart. That's where we put the drill through. Didn't even finish her on the first one, I must admit, it's because it took 6 or 7 till she finally stopped mooing. All in front of her 2 gorgeous baby calves, but don't you worry, here they come, the appetizers. If you're a vegan, that is personal to you, this joke's not aimed at you. Also, if you're the type of vegan that you will trick your meat-eating friends into eating vegan dishes by just lying to us and telling there's meat in it, that is a shit way to play the game, and I 100% respect it. It's a real dick move, and I love it, right? If you're those types of vegan, this joke is not aimed at you in any way. Enjoy the rest of the show. You're a better person than I am. Who this joke is specifically aimed at is the fucking Facebook vegans. If you are a Facebook vegan, right, look into my fucking eyes, wherever you are. If you are a Facebook vegan, from the bottom of my heart, I hope an animal kills you. I will not be happy until you and your kind die of irony. And not even a meat-eating animal. I don't think that's funny enough. I want you to go on safari on a lion to ignore you, but then on your way home carrying some mangoes, you just startle a giraffe and just up kicks your jaw, clean through your fucking skull. Facebook vegans, you gotta start taking responsibility for your actions, because you are the reason idiots like me think we hate all vegans. We don't. We just hate you. But you're bringing the rest of your people down with your attitude. Facebook vegans are to veganism what ISIS are to Islam. A small but loud and persistent minority who missed the point of the original peaceful message and for now some reason are choosing to take it out on bacon. There are so many valid reasons for why the world should go vegan, arguments that I've got no reply to. The amount of land mass that it takes to raise cattle is astronomical, right? If you were to grow crops instead of raise cattle there, you could feed 4 times as many people in half of the time for 1/3 of the price. The amount of water that it takes to raise a baby calf until that calf is fully grown in order to make a single pint of milk, the ratio of pints of water needed to pints of milk made is 1,000 to 1. You could use all that water to grow all those crops and help solve the drought in Africa. But the thing is, I've never heard those arguments come out of a vegan's mouth. I had to Google those for this joke. The only argument I have ever consistently heard come out of a vegan's mouth is your weakest one, and it's this one. You wouldn't! You wouldn't! You wouldn't! You would! Hold on. You wouldn't eat meat if you had to kill it yourself! You wouldn't eat meat if you had to kill it yourself! I wouldn't wear clothes if I had to make them myself. What does my laziness have to do with any of this? You think I'd smoke weed if I had to grow it myself? No! Some kids in Colombia are doing it, and I'm sure they're being paid fairly. You wouldn't eat meat if you had to kill it yourself. You don't know me. I'd kill you to eat this in peace. And this hate concerns me. It does. I'm terrified of it. Because one, I'm wrong. Two, not only am I wrong, I know I'm wrong, yet it's still my opinion. That's fact. That's an awful way to live your life. And irrational hate will always come back to bite you in the ass, and I'm terrified of how it will manifest with me. Like, what if one day, what if, God forbid, what if one day, what if I have a vegan kid? But I'm not going to love it. How could I? One day I have an 11-year-old son, right? He's been struggling with sexuality for a while. He knows he's gay, and he knows there's nothing wrong with it, but he's also still in school where people use homophobic slurs, not realizing the damage the words can cause. But he wants to tell me because I'm his dad, and he loves me, and he builds up his courage, and he comes into my study, and he's like, Dad, I'm gay. And I'm like, buddy, Wolverine, come here, hey. Mum lost a bet, didn't she? Yeah, she did. You're small for an 11-year-old. Let's not. It'll be fine. Wolvie, I love you unconditionally, and even if I didn't love you unconditionally, this wouldn't be one of the conditions. Like, I'm not going to pretend to know what you're going through. I absolutely don't. As you know, Dad loves puss. But that's fine, but there's nothing wrong with you. Like, that's the thing, there's really no such thing as normal. Everyone on this planet is different in 1,000 different ways, and there's really no right or wrong way to be. Now, I fully understand and I'm sympathetic to the fact that you will encounter people in your life who don't like you for the way you're different, because they think their way of being different is the best way of being different, and your way of being different is wrong. But the important thing that you have to remember about them and every other person that we share this planet with is every single one of them is fucking killable. And if any of them fuck with you, I will gut their parents, okay? I will. Stop crying, you didn't raise a bitch. Now. I love you so much. Now go get some dick. Yeah. My 14-year-old son, he's outside. He's like, oh, Dad's in a good mood. Can't wait to tell him the news. Dad, I'm vegan. Get the fuck out of this house. That is disgusting. That is unnatural. I want you to go upstairs, give that cucumber back to your gay brother, and let him use it the way God intended! You are fully 100% allowed to be offended by any one of the jokes in this show. That is your right. All I ask is that if you are offended by one joke, could you just have the common fucking decency to be offended by the rest of them? Don't pick what's offensive based on whether it affects your life or not, you fucking narcissist. But that's how people get offended, isn't it? Oh, I love that joke. That was hilarious because I've never experienced that, but my uncle had that disease, so you're a dick. Oh, Daniel, I love the fat jokes. I thought the fat jokes were hilarious because I'm not fat. So they were obviously fucking hysterical. And then you did that joke about being murdered, which I thought was amazing because I've never been murdered. Which is weird because you've met me, I'm fucking unbearable. I'm very aware why people get offended by comedy. People take jokes, literally, they take the comedian's jokes at face value. And sometimes that's not even the audience's fault. Sometimes it's down to the comedian. Sometimes the performance is lacking. The irony or the sarcasm doesn't come through. But that's the thing you have to remember. This is all a performance. It's all a performance. I'm not like this in real life. I'd get the shit kicked out of me. And the whole time it was happening, I'd be like, yeah, this is fair. But that's the thing about art. Art is subjective, and art is open to interpretation. But just because you interpret an artist's art in one way does not necessarily mean that was the way they intended to be interpreted. And never forget that for years, since the dawn of art, people have fucked up the interpretations of art and got it wrong. Back in the 1930s, there was a very famous painter called Jackson Pollock. Now, Jackson Pollock was fucking shit at art, right? Oh, couldn't paint for shit. He was really bad at it, so he went to modern art where that's acceptable. He was one of those pricks, you know, those knobs that just throw paint at a canvas like, this one's called despair. And then douchebags with neck beards and glasses with no lenses go, no, I can see why. Jackson Pollock had this exhibition about 1935, I can't remember the date fully, but he had this big white canvas, right? And this was the whole bit, this was the main exhibit. He just got a big bucket of black paint, threw it at the canvas, smeared it around, and then put in 2 little splashes of red paint. That was it. Then he fucked off. So they're doing this exhibition, and there's an art critic there, which, by the way, lowest form of occupation that has ever existed. If all you've done in your life is get fired from McDonald's for spitting on your first burger, congratulations. You have done more for society than someone whose job is, sometimes I like things and then write it down. So they ask this art critic, this waste of space, they go, what do you think of this piece? And he goes, interesting. I believe that this is a self-portrait of Jackson. All right, 2 points. 1, he's white. 2, fucking what, cunt? Well, I believe the blank canvas initially represented the earth, pre-humanity, vast, pure, clean, loads of potential. But the black paint itself, that represents humanity. Random, chaotic, often overlapping, no start or end in sight, just constantly moving, no idea where it's going to go, and no idea whenever it's going to stop. But all we can tell is that it's constantly repeating its history and often overriding it. And we can deduce that one day it will eventually consume all of the earth. But the 2 red dots, these are Jackson. Small, insignificant, yet they stand out against the rest of humanity. Now I know it's wrong to judge people based off 2 sentences, but I am willing to bet my house, vegan. Never been more certain of anything in my life. "20 minutes later, Jackson Pollock, the fucking artist, turns up. I say, Mr. Pollock, thank you so much for putting on this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful exhibit. Just a quick question in regards to the main piece. Can we just ask you, what do the 2 red dots represent? And Jackson Pollock, on record, said, what? I must have splashed it when I was painting that one. Just because you can find meaning in art doesn't necessarily mean that was the meaning the artist necessarily intended to be there. Take into consideration that you might just be a pretentious fucking cunt, okay? But understand though, when I say like, life is meaningless, I do not mean that your life is meaningless. Your life can have 1,000 different meanings, or even just one. I'd recommend more than one in case you got it wrong. But to have this core value, this core belief, this core meaning to your life, and have it forever, is a stupid way to live, and really damaging, especially if it's a belief that you picked up when you were young. You have to remember, when you're young, your brain is so malleable, but so just stubborn that it takes things on for the rest of your life, and you're not even aware it's there. It's your subconscious. And I say this from experience. When I was 7 years old, my dad said something to me that to this day is the reason I will die alone. Very happily, I may add. But I was 7 years old. I didn't know what life was. I didn't know what existence was. How the fuck would I know? So I thought I'd ask my dad, because he can fix a computer, so he must know. So I was like, Dad, what are we all doing? What's the meaning of life? Why are we all here? What the fuck? And my dad loves his kid, so he wants to explain to his son in a way that he'll understand. But unfortunately, his son's a fuckhead. So he has to explain it in a way that a fuckhead will understand. And he accidentally did it perfectly. And it's stuck with me since then. This is what he said, right? I'm 7 years old. He goes, all right, buddy, just imagine that your life, my life, everyone else's individual life, imagine all of our lives are like our own individual jigsaw puzzles. And as we're going through life, we're just slowly piecing it together, bit by bit, based on experiences and lessons that we've learned until we get the best picture. But the thing is, everyone has also lost the box for their jigsaw. So none of us know what the image we're trying to make is. We're just confidently fucking guessing. So the best way to do a jigsaw when you don't have the image to work off is to start from the outside, the sides and the four corners. Family. Friends. Hobbies/interests. Job. Now, obviously, as you go through life, some of these bits are subject to change. Sometimes you'll make new friends and you lose contact with old. You've got to move this corner around a bit. Sometimes you'll get a job that means you can't have certain hobbies. You've got to decide then, do I want more me time or do I want more work time? You've got to move this stuff around. Sometimes you'll have a family member that dies and they'll leave a big hole in your life. And in that moment, you'll have to find a way to fill that void, otherwise you'll be incomplete forever. Now, that made perfect sense to me because I was 7 years old. I fucking love jigsaws. So I was like, all right, okay, so once you've got this stuff on the outside, what's the main bit of the image? What are we all working towards? And he goes, well, that's the partner piece. You want this perfect person who you've never met before to come out of nowhere, fit your life perfectly, complete you, and make you whole for the first time in your life, much like your mother did for me. 7 years old. I wish he just said, ice cream, and we could have fucked off. And even though what he said sounds sweet and whatever, what it manifested in my 7-year-old brain was this. If you are not with someone, you are broken. If you are not with someone, you are incomplete. If you are not with someone, you are not whole. And that's not just something my dad made me feel. That's something that we as a society have made every single child born in the last 40 years feel. Every Disney princess has a prince. Every prince has a princess. Every television show or movie always has a character in it, right, that doesn't want to be in a relationship, right? They're happy with who they are, but then by the end of the series, guess what? They were wrong! They were wrong for wanting to be alone. What a fucking idiot. Everyone needs someone. Yeah, they were just a toasted little marshmallow, weren't they? It's all to do with love. Divorce, an entirely common thing that there is nothing wrong with. When you're growing up and your friends' parents get divorced, you're told to not talk about it or mention it to them because it's taboo. And the reason it is taboo is because every relationship on the outside is perfect. Because none of us are willing to admit that none of us know what the fuck we're doing. And when you raise children in that world where everything points towards love and everything's perfect on the outside, when you raise them for 18 fucking years, when we become an adult for the first time in our late teens and our early 20s, we're so terrified, we're so trying to be an adult that some of us will take the wrong person, the wrong jigsaw piece and just fucking jam them into our jigsaws anyway, denying that they clearly don't fit. Oh, we'll move pieces out of the way. I don't need this hobby. I don't need this opinion. Mum, who? The bitch with the tits. What's she done for me recently? And we'll force this fucking person into our lives because we'd much rather have something than nothing. Then 5 years later, you're stood looking at a jigsaw you don't recognize, being like, there's a fucking cunt in the middle of this. Maybe you do meet the perfect person. Maybe you meet them, you go out, they make you laugh, you make them laugh, they've got a stupid laugh, but you fucking love it. They like what you like, they like your idiosyncrasies, and it's great, it's perfect. Oh my God, they've completed you. For 3 months. Every relationship is perfect for 3 months. And here's why. Because after 3 months, that's when you realize that nobody else is a jigsaw piece. Everyone else on this planet is as deep and as complex an individual as you are, which means they too spent the last 20 or so years of their life working on their own jigsaw puzzle in the same way that you've been working on yours. You can't suddenly expect them to give up everything they've come to achieve to suddenly fit into yours in the same way that you'd be pissed off if they asked you to sacrifice everything you've done to suddenly come fit into theirs. But now, because you like each other and because you're interested in each other, now you have to make a jigsaw together. And we all know how fucking annoying that is. But you do it because you're in love and you're interested. And maybe for the first couple of years it's great. It's like, oh my God, you love this bit of me. I love this bit of you. Oh my God, we got the same thing. Yeah! But time does not equal success. You can spend 5 or more years with someone, and only then, after all the fun you had, be looking at the jigsaw and realize you're both working towards very different images. Only then realize that you want different things. And in that moment, you have a very, very difficult question to ask yourself. 1, do I admit the last 5 years of my life have been a waste? 2, do I waste the rest of my life? 55% of marriages end in divorce. 90% of your relationships that are started before they are 30 end. If those were the stats for surgery, none of us would fucking risk it. But because it's love and we're stupid, we just lie on the operating table like, maybe this time I won't die inside. My generation has become so obsessed with starting the rest of their lives that they're willing to give up the one they are currently living. We have romanticized the idea of romance, and it is cancerous. People are more in love with the idea of love than the person they are with. I am very aware that this is not a particularly funny bit of the show. Every time I've done this routine, my agent's just like, can you drop the fucking sad bit? And my answer is no, for 3 reasons. 1, my show, fuck you. 2, I think it's one of the very few smart routines I've done. 3, I know I'm right. I've had this analogy in my head since I was 7 years old, but it's always spoken to me because I'm a perpetually single person. So before I did it on stage, I wanted to talk to my friends, the ones who are always in relationships, to see if it resonated with them in the same way that it resonated with me. So I was like, I've got this analogy, I learned it when I was young, it might just sound stupid, but does this make sense to you in the same way it does to me? Within 5 months, 4 of them had broken up with their partners. Yeah. I am not saying it's impossible to find love. All I'm saying is that statistically, you have not. All I'm saying is if you're finding it hard to laugh at this routine, it's because deep down, you don't love the person you're with. So either start laughing or enjoy the awkward car ride home. From the bottom of my heart, I believe that 80% of relationships in the world, and therefore this room, are horseshit. A bunch of people who never took time to learn how to be alone, therefore never learned how to love themselves, so you employed someone else to do it. Prove me wrong. If you want proof of how bullshit most relationships are, look at how people desperately seek advice. What's the secret to a happy relationship? What's the secret to a long and successful relationship? Here it is. Gather it. Fucking nothing. It should be as easy as breathing. You should be nothing without them and everything with them. If it gets difficult at any point, get out, because there's 7.5 billion people on the planet. You'll find a new one. It just compromise is the single dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life, because I've done it. I've done it so many times. Every time I'm in a relationship, of course I do it. Everyone in my family, extended family tree, met, married, had kids by the time they were 25. 0 divorces anywhere in my family tree. I'm 26. I fucked more people than my entire family combined. That's not good. I'm not proud of that. So whenever I'm in a relationship, I'm so desperate to emulate my elders, to have this successful relationship, that I'll do what they say and I'll compromise. And then I change who I am, and then for some reason I hate myself. And why do I hate myself? Because I'm not me. I'm whoever this fucking person manufactured. I'm done with it. Now I'm of the opinion, if you do not love 100% of who I am, off you fucking fuck. Right? And that's, thank you, that's not arrogance, that's not narcissism, that's the way every single person in this room should feel about themselves, because if you do not love 100% of who I am, you do not love me. You love an idea of me which you have falsely fabricated in your head, and it is not my fault if I do not live up to those expectations. You have to love the good with the shit, mainly because I'm 90% shit. But you have to love 100% of me because that's what makes me, me. If you don't love 100% of who I am, there's 7.5 billion people on this planet. Go out and find one of them, see if you love 100% of them, and see if they can tolerate your fucking mum. Because I'll love 100% of you. I will. Even the bits that annoy me, I'll still love them, because that's what makes you, you. That's who you are to me. And you have to love my weird little bits too. For example, like if we're going out and you don't love the fact that once a month I shave my asshole because I find it easier to wipe, then you don't love me. I feel I've lost some of you. I'm going to assume the people I lost there, I'm going to assume that you're the monsters that do not wax or shave your assholes. If you do not wax or shave your asshole, sort your fucking life out immediately. And allow me to clarify, I don't care where you have body hair. I really don't. Have as much, have as little as you like. It's your body, but be a decent human being, would you? It's disgusting not to, and I can use your own logic against you. If you were to get poo, human poo, in the hair on your head, don't know how you did it, but you did, you legend. Would your one and only reaction be to get a bit of toilet paper, fold it over and go, that's clean forever? I don't need to wash this. I don't need to cut this out. I don't need to burn this away with a fucking lighter. Nah, the magical toilet paper got rid of all this stuff. Nah, you wouldn't. How's your ass hair any different? Shave your fucking assholes. Just do it. That was one of them farting. I can see a lot of doubters, right? I'm not done with this bit, by the way, not even close. Because some of you won't do it. Some of you are going to be like, he was wrong. I'm not fucking wrong. Shave your ass. I swear, like, right. If you have a hairy asshole, let's put it right, mainly the men in the room, it's been so long since you've shat with not a hairy arsehole that you don't remember what it's like. And honestly, it's just so much easier. Because if you've shat with a hairy asshole, like when you wipe, it's kind of like trying to, like, brush crunchy peanut butter out of a rug. Like, you're getting nothing to the fucking truck. You're getting some of it, but you're just moving most of it around. You're clumping bits of the rug together. This bit's always gonna smell like peanut butter. But once you've shaved it, oh my god. The first time I shaved my butthole, I went for poo. Afterwards, when I wiped, I checked the toilet paper. It was so clean, I thought I'd missed. It saves time, it saves effort, it saves paper. Vegans, you should be on this. My ex-girlfriend was, without a doubt, the single worst human being I've ever met in my life. Her hobbies were manipulation and general cuntering. Her version of the jigsaw analogy was she wanted to do everything within her power to destroy my jigsaw puzzle so that the only one I had left to play with was hers. She was a vindictively intelligent woman and spiteful to the core. She created this perfect person, this act that she'd act out in public, who everyone fell in love with, who my friends fell in love with, who my family fell in love with, who I fell in love with. She was flawless, and then behind closed doors, she was entirely different because she knew I wouldn't have an argument if I then went out into the real world. I'd be like, she's being a bitch. And they're like, she's fucking perfect. How are you ruining this, Daniel? She knew I wasn't like this on stage. She knew how insecure I was, and she would find my insecurities, and then she would then use them against me to make me doubt myself. She would find people that I loved and trusted more than her and then turn me on them so that she was the center of my life. She was jealous of the most insane things. She was jealous of my relationship with my father. I've not fucked my dad in years. And even then, that wasn't love. That was just raw sexual chemistry. Jeez. My best friend in the whole wide world is a woman called Jean. We've been best friends for about 8 or 9 years now. We've lived together for 5. She's like a sister to me. She really is. A lot of people don't believe it's platonic, but it is. The idea of each other naked makes us both very sad. But we love each other. We do. We've just been together through most things. 2 months into my relationship with my ex-girlfriend, she was like, sometimes I feel like you love Jean more than me. And I was like, baby, no. All the time. Every hour of every day I love her more than I love you because she's put the groundwork in. You don't get to suck a dick and go number 1, you sociopath. Except I didn't say that, did I? What I actually said was, no, baby, you're right. I'm sorry. If that's how you feel, I'll talk to Jean less if that's the case, because she should be focusing on you. If you don't want me talking to my dad as much, I'll just talk to you, because you're right, it should be about you. And of course, everyone else, my family and society agreed. Sacrifice. If someone doesn't love 100% of who you are, change who you are until they do. So I changed myself. Changed all these bit that my friends didn't like me as much, because of course they fucking didn't, but they wouldn't interrupt and stop it, because I was happy on the outside, because I was keeping up the fucking illusion. And I was so sad. I was so miserable. There were so many parts of her that I hated, but I would never even dare to have the audacity to change them. In hindsight, I know what they are. She was vegan. Yeah, now the first 20 minutes of the show make sense, don't they? Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was fucking sad. For the first time in a very, very, I hate it. I remember just one day standing in the shower, just feeling like, is this it? Like, is this my life? Am I vegan? That's when I came up with the joke about patiently waiting for her to die. That's how desperate I was. And she's not gonna, she's vegan, that cunt's gonna live forever. Then one day I finally broke up with her, I finally snapped, I couldn't do it, and oh my God, the relief and the joy and the happiness I felt on that day. I strongly recommend you break up with your partners right now, just to feel even a bit of what I felt that day. But the second I broke up with her, I felt sad like 5 minutes later, because of just that everything came crashing down. Why am I happier when I'm alone? Why am I happier when I'm not with someone? Dad says the center of your jigsaw should be about this partner piece. Why am I happier when there's not one there? That's when I realized that my dad got wrong, but right in his own adorable little way. He said the center of the jigsaw is about partner piece, and he's right and wrong. It's happiness. Find something that makes you happy. Make it the center of your life, and then everything else will naturally fit in around it. It just so happens that for my dad, his happiness piece and his partner piece are the same piece. They're my mother. My mom and dad have been married for about 30 years now, and to this day, disgustingly in love with each other. Like, it's really sickening. My dad is adorably smitten by my mum. Like, every morning he wakes up in bed and he rolls over it and he looks at her and he just can't believe his luck. And she's the same. Every morning she wakes up, she rolls over, she looks at him, and she too can't believe his luck. He's not perfect, he's loud, he's obnoxious, but he's a good man with a massive cock. And she knows what she wants. Good on her. You get that dick, Mum. You earned it. Yeah. Yeah, get it, son. Yeah. But that's the truth for some people and not for everyone. If you're in a relationship that makes you happy and you make that other person happy, congratulations, keep that up, that's amazing. But to all the single people in the room, the perpetually single people, the people in relationships they would rather not be in, but it's just too easy to stay in, I mean this. You have to learn to love yourself before you can allow someone else to do it as well. That's it. There's nothing wrong with being single. There's nothing wrong with being alone. There's nothing wrong with taking time for yourself to work out who you are before you go out there into the dating world, because how can you offer who you are if you don't know who you are? There's nothing wrong with being selfish for a bit, because you've got the rest of your life to be selfless. Right? If you only love yourself at 20%, that means somebody can come along and love you 30%, and you're like, wow, that's so much! It's literally less than half. Whereas if you love yourself 100%, that means the person that falls in love with you has to go above and beyond the call of duty to make you feel special, and that's something every single one of us deserves. And that doesn't mean you're not happy. Right? You can get your happiness from hundreds of different people, and not even in a slutty way. Like, don't get me wrong, the slutty way is fucking fun. Right? But that's the thing, I get my happiness from hundreds of different people every day, and 100 different things. Like, this is my job. I never, in my wildest fucking dreams, ever thought I would get to this stage of my fucking career. I was used to just telling fucking wank jokes down at the bottom of pubs, right? I never thought I'd get to do this. Every single one of you adds a bit to the happiness. All my friends from all over the world adds a little bit. And so instead of just one main bit in the middle of the jigsaw, it's loads of little pieces. If one of them goes away, that's a bit sad, but I can replace it. But I'm now terrified because at this point in my life, I can honestly say I'm the happiest I've ever been. My jigsaw is complete. And that's not good because it's not forever. I'm 26, I've peaked far too soon. Like, the next couple of shows after this are going to be pretty fucking brutal. But I'm terrified having this perfect jigsaw at the moment because it's going to make me more selfish. Like, what if the perfect girl does walk by and I'm just standing there going, don't you fucking touch my jigsaw. I'll glue this down, I'll varnish this, you'll fucking see. Even if I were to get into a relationship, find that perfect person. I don't know if I would ever be happy or secure being with one person, trusting that person. Because as I know, and as you know, it is impossible to tell whether the person you are with loves you from the bottom of their heart or whether they're just patiently waiting for you to die. This is not the happiest ending to a show. But with this show, this very one, I've created true happiness. Because in August last year, I ended a 13-year marriage. Now you can say there's no happiness involved in that, but I gave 4 kids 2 Christmases. I'm a fucking god! If in the next couple of weeks or months, you and your partner, if you end up breaking up, and it's because of anything I said during this show, like if that jigsaw analogy just plays over and over and over again in your head, which it should because it's fucking excellent. And the thing about doubt isn't a flower, doubt's a weed. I don't need to water it, it'll just slowly spread through your brain over the next couple of months. Then one day your partner will be all nice, they'll bring you breakfast in bed and they'll be like, I got you some orange juice, and it'll have pulp in it, you'll be like, fuck, sauce was wrong. If you end up breaking up with your partner because of anything I said, for the love of God, please, 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 tweet me. Because I'd love to know. Since August 2016, I've been doing this show. I've traveled around the world. I've been notified by Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram that I have successfully and officially ended 72 relationships. 144 lives saved. Where's my Nobel Peace Prize? To any people watching at home, because that's just been on a live tour. When this goes out live, oh, I'm fucking saving this place. And before you get sad on behalf of people you've never met before, understand none of that was true love. I'm not here to break up true love. I never would want to, and I don't think I possibly could. If you're sad there right now beside someone who makes you so happy, like they just fill you with joy every day, and you're confident that you can make them as happy as they make you, from the bottom of my heart, if you have that, congratulations and fuck you. All I'm saying is question fucking everything. If you are not comfortable asking yourselves the questions I've asked you during this show, it's because you are terrified of the answers. The worst thing you can do with your life is spend it with the wrong human being. There are 7.5 billion people on this planet, and you found your soulmate 20 miles from where you live. Seems like a bit of a coinky-dink to me. I understand there'll be a lot of slightly older people in the audience listening to a 26-year-old talk about his opinions on love and relationships and whatnot. And you're probably sad. They're going, oh, Daniel, you're so young. You're so naive, you are.'re so cynical. No, you are. No, I know that, Daniel, because I used to be like you. I used to believe the same things when I was your age. I totally did. I used to be like, oh, there's no such thing as love. And then I met this one, and we've been together ever since. And it has been a journey, and it has been work. But we loved each other, so we did work it. Because that's what you got wrong there, Daniel. It is about work. It is about graft, but it's worth it in the end, because it's us together now. We've got these 2 beautiful children that have grown up, and they're going through it too. And I understand, Daniel, I know why you feel that way, but one day you will find it. You will find true love, and I can't wait for you to get it for yourself. If that's you, if that's how you feel, I hope you're right. I really do. I want to be a husband. I want to be a dad more than anything in the world. Because I guess if you're not right, I guess if you're wrong, the only other alternative is that when you were my age, you were so terrified of being alone that you forced yourself to love someone. I've been Daniel Sloss. Have a wonderful life.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Burr.
I love my dad and everything, but there's things I want to improve on. So the great thing that I have done is my kids are not afraid of me. Every time I have f***ed up, I've gotten down to my kids' level and let them know that I was wrong and I apologize. So now, my daughter's a little bit older. She's like 4.5 now. So now whenever I start flipping out, she actually has been helping me to stop. Because the second I hear that cute voice, I just think, Dad, I'm sorry. I just immediately, it's hilarious. Like I'll be in the kitchen and all of a sudden, I'm always in the kitchen doing something, right? And one day I just come in like, what the kind of toaster is this? What was wrong with the other toaster? I need to download the app to make and all of a sudden, she'll just be like, Dad, don't scream like that! And the second I hear that voice, I'm like, you're right, buddy, sorry. Sorry, I'm just gonna download the app here. Download the app and the amount of what it takes just to make some good toast!
first Saturday of every month. Leaders from all over the country jump in the Zoom. Have our own state team address. Talk about highlights and things on the horizon. Still sharpen steel, so we keep working so we can help more people. Check it out. Saturday morning, here we are, sitting here around the world is worried about quitting jobs, not getting jobs, and can't get jobs.
Hmm. It's the 100 course. It's the 100 course. All coaching time. And put it that way. you.